about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the Grogtalk with your hosts, Dan and James.
Alrighty. Welcome to a special edition of Grogtalk. I'm James. So Dan, where are we from today, and what are all these little figures in our screens doing today?
We are from Granger's Hold, a small little village, forgotten village far to the north, and we are very fortunate to have 4 residents of Granger's Hold with us today to participate in our first episode of Grogtalk Adventures, which we were forced to do because you created an advertisement before we knew what we were doing with it. But that's a different story. We're happy to be here.
Details. So, yes, we are for patrons, and again, thanks to our patrons, such as those esteemed folks gathered today. We are doing Grogtalk Adventures where myself, Dan, and Rob will take turns being the lead DM, where the other two will help. Again, this is just a small token of our appreciation to our patrons to come out and support us. So, for this episode, Rob unfortunately drew the short straw, is the primary DM. So he wrote and will be the main DM, where Dan and I will be assisting or ruining his adventure, his vision. So that's right.
Yeah. If there's,
so pre-warning, if it's a train wreck, blame us, which is totally fine. So the Chamber of Brandywine, I want to introduce you, Rob, and take it away.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dan and James, for imposing this terrible burden on me. I mean, giving me this great opportunity to reach out. I first want to apologize to the patrons who no doubt were hoping that Dan and James would be the primary GM, and but got stuck with me. But I'll do my best to maintain the level, the stringent level of accuracy that you've come to expect from their games. Today, as Dan mentioned, you are our scene is set in the small village of Granger's Hold. Granger's Hold is in the past was a site of terrible battles between the kings of men and the forces of the Wyld. Battles raged back and forth, the Wyld being a strange and unusual place full of elves, pixies, leprechauns, and other strange fey creatures, against which the forces of law and man fought back. This was hundreds of years ago that this fight occurred, and a great treaty was signed and the borderland established, and pretty much the kings of the men forgot about Granger's Hold and all the people that lived here, because there was no reason to worry about it any longer. And so many generations have gone by, and you all have lived your lives in this pleasant, fertile little land with well-watered and lots of growing trees. And hardly anyone thinks or even acknowledges the fact that just a few leagues to the north lies the lands of the Wyld. So your adventurers have all 4 of you are met in the town square of Granger's Hold. The and for one reason and one reason specifically, and it is because that Agnar Goodplenty, the young member of the Goodplenty family, one of the oldest and most established families in town, has been having visions, dreams at night that have disturbed his sleep. At this time, I'd like to go around and ask each of the players to introduce themselves as these four friends have met to discuss what to do next. So I'll start with, why don't we start with Agnar Goodplenty?
Absolutely. I am Agnar Goodplenty. I grew up in Granger's Hold. I'm a very tall and gangly young man who serves the Mother of Mercies as a cleric.
All right. Why don't we go Nimbly next?
I'm Nimbly Cloenball, and I'm really tired of this town. About all I seem to be able to do around here is just make cabinets and dressers and stuff. I keep looking at my grandpa's stuff up in the attic, his chainmail and his magic shield. Kind of wish I could go out there and adventure myself instead of just sitting here making cabinets.
And Nimley, you are a gnome, I believe.
Yes, that is true. I'm one of the shortest people around here, but that doesn't keep me from beating people up when they get too feisty with me.
Excellent. All right. Next, I would like to Malinar Wonderwand.
Malnar, yes, that is me. I'm Malnar Wonderwand, and I'm like the other fellows. I'm from Granger's Hold. I come from a family of wand makers, thus the surname. They carve wands out of wood and sell them to merchants who in turn sell them to magic users who make actual wands of them. But it's reputed that several generations ago, one of my ancestors was a great wizard who then unfortunately married a man well below her own level of intelligence, which diluted the Wonder Wand bloodline. But I have a certain intellectual capacities that I think will make me a true wizard. So I've studied under my my uncle, who was my uncle Sol, who took me on as an apprentice, and now I'm sort of a full-fledged magic user.
Very good. And last but not least, Plumsy.
Yes, hello, Plumsy. Me name be Seedberry, a farmer, a gardener. I am Harefoot Halfling. The farm is about to go under. I have been asked to go learn some skills in the faraway, distant land of a crazed city, a jungle that I know very little or care much about, to gain some money to help the farm from going under. On our farm, we make pies and jams. I constantly have a jar with me, and my good companion, Smuckers, my donkey.
Smuckers the donkey. Very well. All right. Well, with a name like Smuckers, it's a great donkey.
That'd be a good thing.
All right. So, Agnar, you have gathered your friends together on this warm spring day because you have been troubled by recurring dreams and you realized after talking to some other members of your family that you are not the only one who has had this dream. And I will describe the dream as you describe it to your friends. You can see a woman of impossible beauty standing in moonlight in a blasted grove by a tall stone stela. And a voice rings out in a melodic voice, "While I stand, the pact will hold." And you feel the call to go into the wild.
And that's what I've been dreaming, Master Wonderwood. I'm not educated on these arcane things. What do you make of it?
Excellent question. Very wise of you to come to me with such a predicament. I've had the same dream myself. Actually, it's very weird. I do think that it's something that's calling to us, maybe wanting us to go out into the wild. But that's just a theory.
Should we go? That seems. I just don't know. I'm a simple parish priest. I don't know what to do about things like this.
Describe to me again, dear friend, how this apparition or woman looked.
Oh, I've never seen anything like it. Beautiful and tall and fair, and she said, "As long as she stood, the pact will hold." I mean, she sounds important.
It might be maybe a future Mrs. Wonder One.
Well, maybe I can see her falling for a man like you.
Of course. What do you make of it yourself?
I say, well, I've read in the sacred text that the Mother of Mercies will sometimes send signs to those who are faithful, but I don't think this was her. Maybe another god. She seemed goodly enough. I didn't feel threatened.
So not Saint Agnes?
Oh, I don't think so.
The woman in the dream was not surrounded by the accoutrements of Saint Agnes. Saint Agnes is generally associated to have a staff in her hand that's entwined with sheaves of wheat, and the woman in this vision did not have anything in her hands.
Grimbley, were you about to say something?
I'm just kind of thinking maybe you need to get over that vow of chastity and get a girlfriend. That's probably what it is.
Well, that's not the first time you've said that, Grimbley, but I take my call very, very seriously. I mean, have any of you been to the wild before? I'm willing to go look around.
I'm sure up for it. This task sounds like it requires the intelligence of a magic user.
I agree.
Well, if you're going out there into the wild, you might better have a fighting man tagging along with you to keep you out of trouble.
Of course, Master Gnome. That's a wise idea.
The most wild thing I've ever seen is a city. Strange folk walk around there. I gladly go into the wilderness.
I don't know. I think that place is more of a wilderness than the woods are.
Well, we'll be going as far away from the city as can be, I suppose. Be good to have some folks who know their way around.
The sun is starting to feel kind of warm. As I say, you're standing there in the village square. On one end, you see the local tavern, which is Bob's Idle Hour, and across the square from it is there's a stores and a couple of places. A few blocks over, you hear the ringing of a hammer against an anvil from Grayson's Ironmongery, and of course, in a secluded area just around the corner in a shady grove is the shrine of Saint Agnes, which of course Agnar knows very well.
So, is there anyone in this village who we could ask? Maybe someone old and erudite, someone who we could ask more about this vision or dream.
Well, your eyes, as you're posing that question, your eyes lean to go over, and you see out in front of Bob's on a bench is old Bob, the father of the former pubman and the old guy who is the father of young Bob, who is the current publican. So he seems like he might know something about this. Possibly, anyway. He's one of the oldest fellows oldest humans that you've ever seen.
Then the goblins took and then there's a seaberry jams. Needs to get some jams coming. Where is that?
Oh, Bob.
The donkey was there with the mule.
Say, old Bob, how do you do today? Sir?
Who's that?
Oh, this is Malnar of the Wonder One family. You know my parents.
Oh, yes. Why are you not busy at work at the shop? It's look at the sun.
I'm much more important things to do, my old man. My friend here, the parish priest, has had a vision, a dream, and we thought that maybe with your advanced years, maybe you had accrued some matter of knowledge of local legends and so forth.
I see. So you've come here for information, not to buy. Is that right? Paying customers only.
Pay for what, sir?
Pay for something inside.
Oh, what is he selling?
It's the tavern.
Yeah. We're eating our lunch. Yeah.
Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you?
Of course, we'll definitely have something to eat. It's around noon. Is that correct?
It's close enough that that you see some laborers coming in to get a midday meal and have a pint before they go back to their chores.
Not you though, Seedberry. I know about you. No thieves in the tavern.
Oh, well, we'll promise he'll behave.
Our wine sells the most.
I was just kidding with you, Seedberry. No, in all honesty, though, have you brought the blackberry jam? Plum run out. Get it? Plum run out.
Plum run out. Very good. A small sample. That's all I have today. How many cases is it that you wanted?
You give me a jar, and I'll be happy to converse with you.
Well, it just so happens Smucker's here is carrying my pouch. I will come here, Smuckers, and I'll reach into the.
Smuckers told me he wants to be freed.
I will take that under consideration. Here we go. A fresh, delicious jar of seedberry blackberry jam, just for you, Bob.
Tasted better. What can I tell you? What do you want to know?
Something of the vision, a beautiful woman, a pact. Something that's going to stand and hold something else together. What does this mystery mean to you? Can you interpret dreams? What beautiful women do you know?
She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, Bob, and she said that we should go into the wild because as long as she stood, the pact will hold. I don't know about the wild or the pact.
Has the seedberry farm been growing more than berries?
Yeah, one's got to wonder.
One does have to wonder. There is nothing in the wild. There's nothing.
Something in the wild?
There's nothing.
No, I think our preacher here needs to find himself a good woman. I think that's what this is all about right here. That's what I think.
Well, then he needs to head south to the city. A seedberry could probably help you with that.
No. We've been through this. You know that I have sworn a vow of chastity. I think this is important, though.
Nothing has happened in the wild for generations. You know that. Don't you know you youngsters always forget your history.
Yeah, I fell asleep during those lessons. I'll admit
Mhm.
it, but I think there's something to this. You'll see. We're going to go into the wild. What do you think of that?
Nobody goes into the wild. You can't get into the wild.
Why not?
Because no one is permitted to go into the wild. It
Permitted
is,
by whom?
you know, it's the rules. They're somewhere. Sure, they're parchment somewhere. It's the rules. Everybody knows that. It's customary law.
Who
Everybody
enforces
knows
that? Who enforces those rules?
It's usage and trade. Customary law. Customary law need not be written. Foolish child.
Okay, let's
It
say
says it's
just
the law.
hypothetically, if we would venture into the wild in search of this this future Mrs. Wonderwand, beautiful woman, where would we go? If just hypothetically we would venture out on such an expedition.
You'd fall off. You'd disappear. You'd disappear and never come back.
That
Don't
sounds
go into the
terrible.
wild. There's nothing there. You're asking for trouble. Don't you understand? Do not disturb that which should not be disturbed. The peace was forged there generations ago. Do not do anything to disturb that peace that was forged, of course, between the kingdoms of men and the denizens of the wild.
So we're getting somewhere with the pact. There is a pact. The men and the denizens. Here, have some bread with your
What is a
jam.
pact? Why didn't you ask me about a pact? You should have just said, "What is there a pact?" I would have told you.
Yes, the mystery of the pact, the mystery of the beautiful woman. Here, have some bread with your jam. Freshly
Nah.
made.
That's okay. I don't care for the jam.
But where was this? Was there any specific location where this pact was signed or sealed or what have you?
It was so long ago. There was apparently a location in which it was done, which of course there must have been because it was done. So there must have been a place where it was done. But I do not know. I cannot help you. I do not know because no one goes into the wild. Well, there was at one time I was going. I almost went into the wild, but I didn't go.
No, that's a great classic anecdote. Do you have? Is there anyone else in the village you think who might know more about this pact or where it was signed?
I tell you, I've been here a very long time. I'm very old. Never have I ever heard of anyone crossing through the hedge and going into the wild.
Just out of curiosity, are there some kind of ruins out there in those wilds out there?
I don't know. I've never been to the wild. I just know that it is a very, very unusual place. And that's why we don't go there. We don't need that kind of unusualness here in Granger's Hold. Don't you know? Don't you know? We are at the edge of the wild. To go into the wild, to risk disturbing the pact that was made generations ago, threatens all. Do you see the tower to the south? Do you know why that tower was built generations ago?
No, tell us.
I'm going to have to talk to your parents after this. I assure you of that. The tower was built as protection to make sure that any sort of evil was spotted well in advance. That tower was there for a purpose. And I fear that you may disturb it. But now, if you had had a dream, that might be a different story.
What? We said we had a dream.
Yes.
I think the old man's been having a little bit more than the jam this morning.
Yeah.
Well, that is certainly true. That is certainly true. I mean, if you'd had some sort of vision, maybe then perhaps you might have to pursue it, I guess. Tell me again. You say you had a dream.
Yes, old Bob. I had a dream of a beautiful woman who said, as long as she stands, the pact will stand.
Did she seem in danger?
I didn't. No, I don't know that she was in danger, but she seemed worried.
Because if she didn't seem worried, then it would seem to me that she's telling you, don't come to the Wyld. The pact must stand.
But what if she seemed worried?
Oh, then of course you must go. Obviously. That's ridiculous.
Bob, you have
Proceed immediately.
And what is it that you know of the stone stela and the grove in the moonlight? What's that mean to you, Bob?
Yes, what does that mean to you, Bob?
I don't know. I could only surmise. Perhaps that is where the pact was, or not. It's a toss-up.
Well, all right. I think we've learned what we can from Bob.
Mm-hmm.
I gain a whole lot.
Let me give you one piece of advice,
Yes, Bob.
in addition to the advice I've already given you.
Mm.
You are wasting your time, of course,
Of course.
trying to go around the hedge. That will do you no good. But you didn't hear it from me. And don't tell your parents I told you this. Your parents are going to be very upset with you.
Don't go around the hedge. That's your.
Do what
Duly noted.
I set out to do. I failed. I tried to go round the hedge. It didn't work. My understanding is there's only one way into the Wyld. It is through the hedge. But keep in mind, it is heavily guarded by Granger Hold's finest, great fighters of old. It will not be easy to get by them. I have spoken.
You have indeed. Thank you, Bob.
So
And,
old Bob's words remind you that that Granger Hold does in fact have some great fighters of old that are part of the town, the duty of the town, which is to maintain the arms, armor, and animals of two great knights whose job it is apparently to set out each morning and each evening to the north of town. Of course, north of town, people don't go there because there isn't anything north of town beyond a few scattered farms and the hedge, of course, which people don't generally think about. And these two knights live out their lives and maintain themselves in a brick building called the King's Garrison, which you can see right over there across the plaza, or across the town square. A snug little brick building around the corner from the ironmongery, kind of backs up to it, and the gate guards, as I say, they live and work out of that building. And it occurs to you that if anyone in town knows more than old Bob, it's probably one of those great fighters.
we should probably talk to them then. And sorry, what was that about a tower that Bob was talking about?
Well, there are to the south of town. There is the ruins of an old watchtower. And when I say it's south of town, I'll give you an idea. It is it's maybe 10 miles downriver. There's a stream that passes coming from north to south, which is close by to Granger's Hold, and then goes on down towards where the ruined tower is. And it's kind of a place where oftentimes teenagers and other people will go out camping, and they'll camp there for a few days. And it's been pretty much picked over by generations of young people. It's kind of a dangerous place. It's in that it's falling apart and there are holes that people have fallen into and hurt themselves, and parents warn their kids to stay away. But of course, young people being young people, all that really does is make it more of an attractive nuisance. But it's a place where years and years and years ago, troops of the king's troops were lived, but now it's just a ruin, a place for picnickers.
I see. What do you, the rest of you say? Is there any point in exploring this tower, or is it pointless since it's been visited by so many others?
Yes. I think that was just a watchtower to keep watch on what's in the hedge. We want to go into the Wyld.
But maybe how ruined is the tower? Is it possible to how far up into the tower can you get? And
it's just a ring of foundation stones. I mean, walls maybe 4 to 6 feet. The surrounding area, it's been toppled, and the stone has been mined over the years to build new buildings in Granger's Hold.
Any chance that might match up with what he's thinking about for those ruins where that girl was?
I want everybody to roll percentile dice, please.
Oh, this ought to be a hoot.
33 for Malnar.
74.
Oh, sorry.
74 for the halfling.
4 for Nimley.
91 for Agnar.
Oh, we're all over the place.
Good.
Yeah. All right. So what do you say? Who had 4?
That would be Nimbley.
Nimbley, you have a memory of when you were a child. Actually, of course, that was perhaps 100 years ago. You have a fond memory of going with your father and your aunts and camping at the old tower for a week, fishing in the river and hunting light game, small game. The description that Agnar gave you of the vision does not in any way sound like the tower. The tower, as far as you guys are concerned, is not much of an adventure.
Yes, the tower's the other direction. The Wyld is where we want to go.
Right. So we should probably talk to those old soldiers then.
Yes, they may try to deter us like Bob did. So it may also be wise just to sneak in if we can get by them somehow. But that's up to you.
Maybe we could ask them questions without them realizing that we're about to set off on an adventure. Maybe we could ask just out of curiosity. Is that?
I think that would be excellent.
Good. So, parish priest, lead the way.
All right. Up we'll go.
All right. You guys wander across the field or across the town square. You get towards this building. It's a one-story building, very solidly built of bricks with a wooden roof that's been much repaired with, you can see there's holes that thatch has been used to kind of fill in holes in the roof. There's a kind of an old painted door with the paint is peeling off of it, and a couple of windows, slits, windows for let air in that have bars on it, kind of like a, I don't want to say like a jail, but more like it would be a fortified sort of a place. And it has a big knocker on the door.
Well, Agnar will reach up and take the knocker and knock away.
All right, immediately you hear from inside the sound of a dog barking.
Is anyone home?
And the dog starts going like crazy, and you hear it scratching at the door on the other side. And then and after a few minutes you hear
Take off, you hoses! What? Yeah.
Who's in there?
A voice calling
What?
from inside.
It's Agnar and
Who?
some other folks from town. We've come to
What?
the priest of the Mother of Mercies.
We brought you jam.
Oh, jam. Hold on. Yeah.
Yes,
Hold on. What?
You said you wanted some jam. We brought
Jam?
it over.
I don't play anymore. Oh, what is that? Is that the good stuff? Is that good jam?
The good stuff that comes in the jar.
Yeah.
It's good.
God, give it to me.
All right. The door is open.
Yes.
Is that correct? Roll a d6, Agnar.
That's a 1.
All right. Before you see the old and wizened figure of Gaffer
And
Vic.
mighty. Yeah, mighty.
Yes, mighty figure of Gaffer Vic, one of the two puissant guards who are charged with protecting the kingdoms of men from the Wyld.
Yeah, thank you for the jam. Now what do you want?
I said, "Well, we've come out to hear your stories.
Yeah.
Tell us about what it's like to be out here by the hedge."
Wow, we're not
What do
here
you
by
see?
the
What do
hedge.
you guard?
The hedge is that way.
Aren't you guarding it? Aren't you guarding the
Oh, I
realms
was
of men?
I was
from
guarding
the
my
wild?
bed.
Oh, well, okay.
The other one is
Let's-
guarding.
Very well. All right. Thank
What-
you. You want to go
You don't
to
want
the
to go to the hedge. Well, there's nothing there. Yeah, nothing there.
Of course, but you must
Okay.
you must know some very interesting stories. I mean, you must know a lot about the Wyld.
All I
heard some
know
stuff.
is it's tall, the hedge. You can't get past it. And the gate, that doesn't work. There's nothing to see.
Of course.
Why would you go past those crazy
course it's-
places? Only demons and dragons
no
are
one would.
there.
And no one would ever go there. That would be foolish beyond.
Are you calling
beyond
me a
comprehension.
fool?
But
I used to
not.
slay
Of
people
course
with
not,
this
of course not.
spear. Very mighty. I'm a mighty
course you-
knight.
even so, you can still instill fear in me. You're a fierce warrior indeed. But let me ask you: do you know anything about we've heard legends about a grove where some sort of pact was signed or sealed or otherwise agreed upon. Have you heard anything about that?
Pact. Oh well, I mean that was that was. See, that was 5 moves, 4 moves, 3 carry the 7, 6, 8. Oh well, we were charged to defend and protect the peace
Of course, you were.
between the
course you were.
fey creatures and the elves and humankind, and we've done this for so many years. It's all legend. It's but
course
it
it
is legend now. There's nothing there. You young, find your adventure somewhere else. There's nothing to be seen
Of
here.
course we will.
So hose off.
But
and he
what
closes
have
the
you-
door.
what have you heard
No,
about
he
this
closes the
grove?
door on you, unless you stop him from closing the door.
I stop him from closing. I put my
what
foot
are you,
in the
wait,
door.
hey, are you attacking me?
Just what? No. 1 second, sir. Anything about a grove? You haven't heard anything about a grove? You must have heard some legends or stories during all those years. An important warrior like
What's your charisma there?
you. 12.
Oh, it's not instant attack. Okay, too bad. So, yes. Well, there was a pact between men and the fey creatures, the elves, and that peace would reign, and that no more would men have to worry of what would come out of the forest. That's why we're here. That's why we have peace.
Yes.
Look at our wonderful town. It's so great. Maybe
it's
you want to
wonderful
guard
indeed.
the hedge from now on.
Maybe I'll
I
think
want to
about it.
retire.
Thank you. Yeah, bet you do. Thank you so much for
I
your
have
time,
more.
sir.
Well, this reminded me of sweet Abigail. She was a lovely tart. Do you want to sit down and talk to me for a while? All of you, sit around. We'll eat jam.
Another time.
No, this is
just. I'll come back tomorrow. I promise.
Oh well, you promise?
Come back tomorrow with more jam.
Are you
and some
sure?
beer.
Chopper and I, we miss people. It's.
Who was sweet Abigail?
Oh, she was a beautiful trop. I mean, fair maiden. That was a long time ago. I haven't seen her in a long time, but we used to dance and throw berries at each other.
You have a very nice, good sir. You have a very nice day and enjoy the jam.
Okay.
Have a very nice day. Goodbye, sir.
All right. Good days. When he closes the door on you.
Oh well.
Oh well, indeed.
And
All
I
we can do now is go look at the hedge.
And I can tell we only have the king's finest guarding this place.
We sure do.
I reckon the king might want to find something finer.
Indeed.
All right. So having decided or exhausted your methods of investigation, you decide that your best method or your best progress is to head out and see for yourself. So you guys head out through the north side of town, and you proceed through the fields which are well tended by farms. But as you keep going to the north, you all realize something, that you've only in a mile or so, maybe 2 miles, you have never been this far north. You realize that your whole town, your whole perspective, you've been growing up, has been that the world goes to the south, and you never till now realized that there was a kind of an unconscious pressure that was on you to not look north, not go north. You realize that you've never even been curious about what was north of Granger's Hold. And as you're going along, it's a well-worn path. It's just a little path, but you can see that it's been beaten down by daily travel by at least 1 or 2 old men and donkeys. And as you are going forward, you realize that the air becomes very fragrant, with a very beautiful growing scent. Just a second, sorry. You're moving forward, and as you're come around along this path, and the last of these scattered farmsteads passes behind you, you realize that you can kind of see a little bit on the horizon, not very far away. You top a rise, and you see a giant, what can only be described as a hedge, a long line of greenery, like a wall that stretches as far as you can see to the east and the west. And as you get closer to it, you see that this hedge looks to be made of holly and fragrant yew, and the scent of it perfumes the air for miles around. It seems to lift your spirit of the poor mortals fated to live outside its boundaries. And as you get closer and follow the path, you find a little pasture in front, where you see a donkey that is grazing and a door in the hedge, about which we will discuss a little bit later. And seated next to the door is an old man with a spear who sits dozing in the afternoon sunshine with a big dog snoozing at his feet. And at this point, you're about 100 yards away.
Sorry, how tall is the hedge?
You would guess that it was about 25 or 30 feet high. It's got a rounded top.
So the door, how wide is it, and how tall?
The door is actually rather low and narrow. It's bound in iron, and it seems to have a big padlock attached to it. It's fixed into a rustic-looking wooden door jamb that just seems to be set right in the hedge.
Looking at the gentleman sitting on the chair dozing, does he seem to have to be carrying a key, perhaps a large key on his hanging from his belt or something?
You'll have to approach him more closely to be able to discern more than I have described.
I do so.
Okay. Does the rest of the party approach as well?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Plumsy does with bread in his hand to entice the dog. If unless we have some meat.
Good idea.
All right. So as you approach, you notice that this old man, who seems to be wearing a faded uniform, very similar to the one worn by Gaffer Vic that you mentioned earlier, does in fact have a gigantic looking key on a chain around his neck. And as you are approaching, the dog rouses himself onto his feet and kind of looks in your general direction with kind of bleary eyes, sniffing the air with interest. But you get a sense that the dog probably doesn't see very well.
I have a question. Let's say, just for argument's sake, that I would use the charm person spell that I've memorized as my spell for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to? It takes one segment to cast, so 6 seconds. Would the target of that spell have to be awake for that whole duration, or just when the spellcasting is finished?
When your spellcasting is finished, I would say that your experience, it would rouse the sleeper, and in either case, and if the saving throw was missed, it would take effect.
I think, gentlemen, that this might be a good opportunity for me to try out my arcane skills for real. If you just stand back, the rest of you, I'll work the magic mysteries and see if that will help us on our way. I walk up towards him.
And you cast your spell.
I do cast my spell, yes.
All right, let me quickly check. Okay. So the old man wakes up, blinking. The dog starts barking rather furiously at Malnar. But the guard seems breaks into a toothless smile when he sees you.
Hello, dear friend. How are you today?
It's you.
It is indeed, my friend.
What brings you here, good friend?
I just thought I should check up on my old dear friend here, watching the Hedge for all of us, doing mankind this great favor. Great warrior such as yourself.
Yeah. It's a tough job being me.
It is indeed. And these are my friends. This is we have this short one here.
I can't. It's too far away.
Not too far.
Too close. Wait.
Never mind.
Too close. So, what's your names?
This is Nimble.
Howdy.
This is Plumsy. And this is Agnar.
What brings you out here to the dangers? I am defending the town, the kingdom. Here, watch. Look. But nothing comes except that.
Indeed, a fierce warrior.
Yes.
Indeed. We're curious. You know, we've heard so much about the legends and and the stories about the brave warriors watching the Hedge and all the dangers
Vic and
out there.
I are the vanguard of the king's army. Yeah, well, we're the king. That's us. That's us.
Of course you are. The king and
Side by side. Well, not anymore. I
mean,
mean, we stand abreast in a phalanx type of movement against all the hordes that would come.
of course you do. But, good sir.
Phalanx is in a chair.
Pardon?
I reckon if a phalanx is in a chair.
I'm resting. No one dares attack us. Frontal assault.
The sitting phalanx. It's an old tribe.
With this
tactic.
war dog? Who would attack us?
The war dog has worn himself out with his fury and lays down and immediately goes to sleep.
Good dog. So, what do you know about this pact, good friend? This old pact that was signed or sealed between the race of man and the Fae.
Well, young whippersnapper Agnes, take a load off and let me explain to you the wonders of the ancient times, how...
It's a Malnar,
Oh,
go on.
so many of you. You all look the same. You're all young and full of life. And it's good. Malnar, Agnar, it's 2 syllables. That's a lot for me out here. But go ahead. I only talk to Vic most of the time, the dog, and he doesn't say much, right there? Yeah. So...
The Grove. What do you know about the Grove?
Look, Malnar, there's nothing past... I've heard there's a grove. There's all kinds of things, but nothing happens. The only thing that happens here is the beautiful smells and that woman.
But which woman?
Plumsy, as this conversation is going on, an acorn bounces off of your head.
Be on your guard! Be on guard!
Sorry, friend. Which woman are you?
That shameless girl.
Tell me more about her.
She is...
What does she look like?
Well, she is a temptress. She is... You know, if I was younger,
Of course.
back in my Risprillian days when the maidens would fall upon themselves as we and Vic would defend the Northern Kingdom, but now I'm Too old. Yeah, you get my point, right?
Of course, I'm sure you have virility
Oh,
way
you're
beyond your
so
years.
kind there, Magnar, Malnar, Maggie, whatever your name is. It's too much.
Yes, whatever my name is.
You all hear a peal of girlish laughter coming from somewhere.
Stop
up
it, you
above,
temptress!
and
Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
And a handful of leaves fall down on top of Gaffer Dorso.
What is up there?
She's that shameless little girl.
We can't see anything.
You don't see the source of the laughter. No, you do not.
Your charms don't work on me. I am bound with duty. Yeah, yes I am. Yeah, man. Yeah. Haha.
Agnar, this might be the woman from your dream. Maybe you should try calling out to her.
Sure. She didn't seem like the acorn throwing type, but we'll find out. I'll say, what was her name?
They never do they?
That's true. What was her name, Gaffer? You just know her as the shameless one.
Girl.
I'll say, hello up there.
Don't call her. She'll throw a cord. She'll smite you with her mighty pellets of pain. I still have a welt on my head. It hurts. I can't sleep well. And ringing in my ear. Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
might
worry about
send
that.
a were-rabbit after us with the big teeth, too.
Oh, you've seen that too? Oh, my goodness, the horror of all it. But stay close here, Malnard or Mallard. You don't want to get too close to that fair temptress.
Of course not. But see, good sir, that key that looks old. It's looking very, very old, doesn't it? How old is it?
The key? Oh, that's centuries old. Forged from the finest,
just a little bit younger.
from the finest metals and metalsmiths, with alchemy that has been lost to the ages. But of course, it doesn't work. I mean, it's the no one. We have never used this gate. It is a waste of time.
How can you be so sure that it doesn't work?
Because we haven't opened it. We've never used it. It's no need. There's no reason to go past there.
So you've never tried opening it?
Well, why? Of course. We are to defend the gate, my dear maggot. We're not here to go through it. Yeah.
No, of course not. Of course not. Just one question though, good friend.
It is so good to see you. He hugs you. He comes
so
by.
Good
Come
to see
here.
you as well.
I want to hug you. Oh, thank you.
More giggling from up above.
Silence, you tart.
Listen. The thing is, I wouldn't even say this if you weren't such a close friend. But me and Agnar here, we sort of we made a wager. He a few, not too much, but 20 gold pieces. So not nothing either. And I sort of said I wagered on that the key that you're carrying can open the gate. And from what you're saying, maybe I was wrong. But before I give that priest the last of my savings, at least I want to try to see if maybe I'm right.
You don't want to go in there. It's terrible. Terrible.
Of course, no one's saying anything about going in there. We just want to try the key and see if it works.
You want to?
If it works, it's just we'll then I'll give it back to you, and if it doesn't, you'll get it back.
And we'll protect you from the were-rabbit.
I heard something.
Hey, friend, I'll even give you 5 gold pieces.
Oh, I would do it for nothing for my best friend, but I'll take 5 gold pieces. That's wonderful. But you can't tell anyone. It's not going to work, and there's no reason to go past there.
Of course not. Of course there isn't.
And she's over there. Her rock throwing.
Yes.
Be very careful. Scary. Scary. Oh,
I'll take
this.
I take the key.
Well, it's not around his hands. It's like a rapper's chain. Like a gold big key on his.
Yes, he's got this giant chain with a big key.
So he's the key master. I wonder if she's the gatekeeper.
Exactly. So Agnar, have you managed to establish contact with the invisible woman, the Temptress, as it were?
That would be Robert.
Yes.
No,
sorry.
she is completely ignoring us.
I managed.
Let's try to get through that gate.
Yes, I managed to convince our friend here to lend us the key.
Excellent.
Yes. So we'll go to the guard and get his key.
All right. So the Gaffer Dorso takes this great chain from about his neck, his thin wrists shaking with the effort, and he turns it. He turns it over to Magnar.
Yeah.
Malma.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to say,
Thank you.
as Dorso gives it to you, he says, "You are now because you are my friend. I make you an honorary gaffer for this. You must defend the realms."
I'm so honored.
And my
Well,
break is in
thank you
20
so much.
minutes, so I guess you'll be relieving me soon. So this is good.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
So just a point of order. Three of you have animals. Two of you have light riding horses, and one of you has a donkey.
Right.
This door in the hedge is fairly low, and it would take a tremendous amount of effort to get your horses through there. The donkey you probably could maneuver through, but the horses won't pass.
Wanda.
Maybe your friend will watch our mounts while we go inside.
Yes, I'm sure he will. Hey, dear Gaffer, this is Wanda, my horse. She is a fine horse indeed. Would you mind just watching over her for a few minutes?
Well, sure, of course.
Thank you, dear friend. I knew I could count on you.
Yes.
I hand over I tie the reins of the horse to some appropriate thing and make sure that she's stable.
All right. So taking this key, which is, as I say, it's fairly large, you approach the door and the padlock thereon. Now the padlock, let's see, is a large brass monstrous padlock of an antique make. And an examination of the padlock will reveal that it has been molded into the form of the face of a beautiful elven woman, with the keyhole forming her mouth.
Any resemblance to the person in the dream, or is it not that detailed?
It's not that detailed. It's not but now that you think about it, it is possible that the beautiful woman in the dream may in fact have been elven.
Right.
Interesting. I take the key and I try to unlock the padlock with it.
You go to put the key in the lock. The lock kind of animates. She opens her mouth wide, and you put the key in, and you turn it. And with a turn of the padlock, it opens up.
Wow. Agnar will peek inside.
Wonderful.
Push the gate open and look around.
All right. So you kind of take the padlock off. You unlatch it. You go to open the gate. You open it up, and it reveals a tunnel in the hedge. That goes forward. It's about 6 feet wide and 6 feet tall. It's got looks like, from what you can see, is a packed earthen floor. The walls are made of the same tangle of holly and yew branches that forms the rest of the hedge. And the air inside smells intensely of an evergreen odor of yew and holly, which somehow gives the impression of fresh growing things unknown flowers from sunny meadows, and happy memories of long ago, now lost to time.
How deep is the tunnel?
It would appear it goes about 40 feet, and you see some sort of closure on the other side.
I'll call out. Okay.
Is it sorry? Is it a portal of some sort, like a closed portal, or does it just open up to something on the other side?
It appears to be some sort of a closed portal, but it's hard at this distance and with this light. It's hard to tell what its exact nature is.
Okay, thank you.
I'll peek through the gate and call out, "My lady, we are coming through."
There is no answer.
All right, I'll step inside and look around.
All right. So it is as described. To say the floor is like a packed earth. The walls are made of this stuff. Except for the extraordinary nature of its construction, it looks like a passage that you would find in any other similar.
Nimley is going to grab Agnar before he goes too much further, and he says, "Hold on a second, lad. Let me take a look inside of here and make sure that this is going to be safe."
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did say you're an expert outdoorsman. This is right up your alley, then.
And Nimley steps forward and he starts examining the ceiling and the floors and things like that, and checking to see what's going on here. So he's using his gnomish abilities.
All righty. Using your gnomish abilities, you think this is a fairly snug little tunnel that any burrowing mammal would love to make his own. You notice that the floor is very level and flat, neither inclining nor declining in the 10 or 15 feet that you've been looking at it. If you continue to go forward, it still seems very level and flat.
And it appears to be made by some kind of intelligence, like it's planned out. It's not like a natural thing, right?
You would say that yes, you would say that this place was absolutely formed by some sort of enchantment guided by intelligence. The walls are perfectly straight from top to bottom. The arch at the top is perfectly uniformed, like a topiary, a well-tended topiary arch.
And is this like earth, or is this like stonework?
The floor is beaten earth, and the walls and ceiling are made of the holly and yew that the hedge is constructed of.
Okay, so it's a tunnel basically going through the hedge then.
That is exactly what it is. And using your hand, you can feel the sharp holly leaves that make up the walls.
One question: do we notice any footprints in the earthen floor?
No, you don't see any footprints.
I light the torch.
Okay. The light of the torch reveals the length of the tunnel to be about 40 feet. And on the far side, you see that there's a door on the far side.
Makes sense.
That is, it's quite different than the one that you came in. While the one on your side was a stout oak door bound with iron. On the other side, you see a simple door made of woven branches and hinged by tough old leather strips.
You know, if that girl's on the other side of this hedge and she's able to drop acorns on his head, then she must be one awesome acorn tosser. That's 40 feet.
I could probably throw an acorn 40 feet.
And hit somebody on the head that you can't see?
I mean, I'll give it a go.
Plumsy would like to, after seeing what has happened and transpired, he would like to speak up and say, good fellows, I think what we have over here, the temptress, which the old gaffer Dorso has been talking about, is a fey doorkeeper on the other side. And I believe that she has tried to make her mundane job a little bit more exciting by torturing and tempting this poor man. I think if we can persuade our way to speak with her, we might be able to pass. But I think that's what we're dealing with here.
Sounds likely.
Do you think she's around here? Do you think she can hear us and she's watching, or do you think she's
Well, if she
somewhere
is,
else?
she's probably getting a good laugh out of listening to us.
I haven't heard her laugh. She was a very laughter-oriented woman.
My guess is that she's a trickster of the Fae, a pixie, perhaps, someone that has flight, and that's how she's able to drop acorns with such precision.
You reckon she's invisible?
I think she's just small, but these are just guesses from stories of when I was a wee boy.
So what do you recommend?
Agnar, did this the female in your dream? Did she appear to be to have wings of some sort?
No. I think she was an elf. I'm pretty sure she's. After seeing that door knocker, I think she's an elf.
So it might not be the same person. Whomever bothered our good friend Dorso might have been just.
She seemed like too noble of a person to be throwing acorns at some broken down guard by the gate. I think she's. I think she's better than big. Bigger.
Yeah, as you turn around and you see that Gaffer Dorso is peering in behind you, watching your progress, his eyes wide, squinting. Don't burn it down.
Oh, we won't, though, friends. Don't worry.
So, Nimbly, what do you think about the door?
I don't know. Let's go over and take a look.
This is your specialty, right?
Well, it might be that other fellow over there who can pick them, but I might be able to look at it. Maybe there's something here to see.
All right.
And he heads on down that way. He is a woodworker, too, so maybe he can tell some things about the door, too.
So you approach the door on the other side. As I said, it is just kind of it's a very simple door made of woven twigs and branches. It's got little green leaves that looks like it's alive, living plants form this door. You can see slightly through it, just like the look of light. A little bit of light comes through the door, not very bright. And you would say that this is the sort of, this isn't the sort of a door that a person who, that a proper person would make. It's a very odd sort of door indeed, to be made as it is out of woven living branches.
Oh, if they had any sense, they'd make it out of wood. And kind of taps it with his knuckle.
You tap it with your knuckle and it seems to swing slightly.
See what I mean?
What's that?
And he says, see what I mean?
It doesn't, it doesn't appear to be latched.
There's a latch holding it?
No, it does not appear to be latched.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be latched. He's going to give it a good push and see what happens.
All right, you give it a good push. And beyond, you see trees and flowers. And it seems like it's a very heavy canopy. It's darker than it was. It was late afternoon, or when you guys came in on the other side, and the sun was bright in the sky. But on the other side of the hedge, it seems to be, kind of like twilight that might be caused by the heavy canopy of the great trees that you see from your perspective, that fill your view in your perspective.
Well, this blasted thing is in my way. I'm going to push it open and go out there.
All right. Well, you step out. Do the rest of you hang back, or do you go boldly along with the gnome?
Come on, you slackers. Let's go.
I follow lead. I'll fall behind with Smuckers if Smuckers is willing to go through the door. If not, I'll leave Smuckers with Gaffer.
Smuckers will go with a little persuasion. I mean, he's used to following you along, and you seem confident, and so he will follow you. But it's clear that once you get to the other side, his ears kind of go back, and he is alarmed at what he sees and smells. So beyond the heavy door, you see, as I say, heavy tree canopy. It barely shows the sun. It's perpetual twilight, it seems. It's very kind of a twilighty color. And you can see tiny twinkling lights, kind of like fireflies, buzzing around in the shrubbery and the flowering plants that bloom quite thickly throughout your field of vision. Because this forest is so thick and tangled, you really can't see more than 20 or 30 yards into it. But you see in the gloom of the twilight little lights floating about.
Now, Nimley's up. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Nimley's up front with his infravision. Is he able to see any living things? Are those lights just lights, or are they like actual?
Those little lights seem to glow with the warmth of a living creature.
So he steps on out there, and he doesn't walk too far away from the entranceway, but he walks out there and kind of gives it a good look around, and he's going to try to see if he can get a good look at these things. Can he tell how big they are?
They're actually no more than about the size of the just a couple of inches long. And in fact, they seem, as you go out and kind of go to look at them, one of them flies up to kind of look at you, and it appears to be a very tiny humanoid figure, maybe an inch or an inch and a half long, that glows with little insect wings. It looks at you kind of briefly and then idles away.
He'll say a few things in gnomish, halfling, and maybe dwarvish, and see if any of them will respond. Just like, hello, who are you?
They don't seem to respond in any way to your speech.
He'll try in lawful good.
None of that works. That does not work either.
Now they're probably chaotic critters anyway. All right, well, he'll wait for the rest of the party to come up, and he'll just he'll take an easy stance and just keep looking around, but he is going to have his hand over on his battle axe.
So as you would expect, you see the hedge rises behind you, but in this case, it is also, it seems to be about the same height. You would imagine you have crossed over the physical barrier, but there is something about the air here, as well as the quality of the light, which seems quite different from the fields you know. You do not see any sign of a gatekeeper.
Well, I wonder if it's one of those little fairies that came buzzing over to mess with him on the other side. Maybe these are the guardians or the fairies.
I don't know. It looks all clear to me.
Well, you want to move forward? This is your girl we're looking for.
Well, if we're here, we might as well keep going forward. I haven't seen anything dangerous yet. And as old Bob said, there's nothing out here.
Yeah, but be aware of this. Those are fae folk. They do what they do because they do it. You might want to watch yourself.
All right, so you guys make your way through the trackless forest of the Wyld. These little light creatures that you see seem to drift aimlessly about from flower to flower. The little glows of the light, so they also don't seem to like your torch any. But the after a couple of them come by Smuckers. Smuckers at first shies a little bit, with his ears, but after a while, they don't seem to annoy him or bite him or anything, which I think he expected, and so he ignores them after that. So as you guys are going through the deeply shadowed wood, you come across a place where a great log has fallen athwart your way, and as you move your way around it, you begin. Actually, give me I need a party surprise.
Who do you want to roll it, Robert?
Not me.
Let's say Brian.
Good. He rolls better than me.
He's muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. A 6.
All right. So you see in the shadows of this log, you see numerous pairs of silvery eyes seem to open, almond-shaped silver orbs, and a glint and a grin of shiny, sharp teeth. The faces of these things are about as big as a big man's fist. And charging towards you out of the shadows are little critters with wings that are, they seem to be on their way with evil intent. I'm going to turn this over to DM James.
Hey, so, yes, you hear what sounds to be screeching, very similar to this. And these small shapes are flying in and out of the trees. You can't really get a fix of it. It's too dark. So it is initiative. So starting, I'm going to, as you know, we do, we call what's in the box. We have someone who starts a party initiative, declares their action, then we go around. So from my left to right, it's going to be Brian, then Robert, then Martin, and then Randall. So declare your actions.
I see these things. If I believe they haven't seen me, I'm going to duck around the side and see if I can hide in a shadow.
Okay. All right, Robert.
If I see them, are they humanoid? He said critter. Is that like a creature with 4 legs, or is it humanoid?
You again, because of the shade, because of the twilight and everything,
Sure.
They appear to be roughly 2 to 3 feet tall, flying creatures. They're very fast, or at least they appear faster. They kind of flit here and there. They have really they have dark gray bodies, and until they get closer.
Proboscis?
Oh, well, of course, there's a proboscis, and there's no proboscis. I'm just kidding.
Right.
That's from 2 episodes ago. We'll decide the color later.
I will raise my shield, and if one comes near me, I will swat it away with the
Okay,
mace.
Martin.
I'll just jump out of the way for now.
Okay, and Randall.
Randall, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm going to form a shield wall with the cleric, keep my shield up, battle axe ready. I'm not going to hurt these things if I can avoid it, unless they're actually real hostile. And
Look.
yeah, maybe I'll use my axe like a fly swatter and shoo them away if they get too close.
And Smuckers will defend himself with a rear kick if necessary.
Okay, so the creatures rolled a 5. Brian, you're in the box.
Oh, all right.
All right,
A 3.
so the creatures have won the initiative. So as you all are trying to move into position, Plumsy is seeking some shadows. The two martial characters are standing with their trying to get into a shield defensive position. Martin and Smuckers are behind them. These number of creatures sprint out of the forest, out of the dense brush. They are flying. They seem like gray, basically streaks in the air. The only thing, as they approach you in rapid succession, in rapid movement, you fixate on their. You do notice now that they have gleaming silvery eyes, and as they approach with their winged, basically long feathers, and they have wings. They have rows of needle-sharp teeth, and so they are just streaking at you. So I'm going to basically say I'm going to give you a chance. Let's see, what's your hide and shadows there?
I believe it's 45. No,
Clumsy?
it's 30.
30. Okay,
35.
so as you attempt.
Yeah, 35.
As you attempt to move towards one of the creatures fixates on you. What's your armor class?
4.
So, okay. So one is streaking straight towards you, and you're able to get behind a tree or some log, and the creature smashes into the log and collapses in front of you. You're stunned by your nimbleness. So that's one. Then next will be let's see. I guess we'll go with Gimli. What's your armor class, Gimli?
Nimly? Armor class
1. Nimble. Sorry. Okay. Two of these creatures thrust towards you again out of the shadows. They strike at you. I'll give you an attack if you'd like, because what they're basically doing is they're swooping in, trying to grab or bite at you and then take off.
Yeah, I'll try to smack them with my axe. I rolled
That's a
16.
Hit. So just whatever your damage is. They're small creatures.
Yeah, they're small creatures. So I'm D8. I should have wrote that down. Ooh. He does 2 points of damage plus a strength bonus. He's an 18-10, so it's 5 points of damage to
so as it approaches, the creature latches onto your shield, and you're able to kind of smash him with your battle axe, and it crumples right before you, while another one flies past you. And then the next attack will be against Agnar. What's your armor class, Ag?
Armor class 4. 4.
Okay, so you must have been fixated on what Nimbly was doing, because in his move to slay the one creature, that provided a slight opening, and you receive 3 hit points of damage as the creature finds a spot in your armor and chomps down on it.
Ow. Bob said there wasn't anything out here.
And then lastly, what's the donkey's armor class? The one that's in
8,
Smuckers or whatever his name is, right? 8.
I believe it's 8.
So you notice that one of these creatures has affixed itself on the back of the donkey and is tearing at it, causing it to scream in pain. So now it is it's your turn, except for Randall, who already went. So Brian, your character has, Brian has, your character now is in the shadows. As far as you know, no one is around you.
All right, with that, I put my foot out on the neck of this creature and load up a sling bullet into my sling, target the closest one that I can get a shot in, and fire.
Okay, well, you pretty much use most of your round. You'll be able to fire pretty early in the next round when you're able to go. Because you use most of your time trying to hide. So you are hidden. So you notice that the creature that tried to hit you is now not moving. Appears to be deceased, unless you want to check them. Because again, they're in the open, so you'd have to leave your shadow to look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If I'm hidden, then I'm going to stay hidden. But if it's close to by where I could put my foot on its neck to make sure it doesn't move.
Well, you can observe it. It appears either to be stunned or killed based on, and now that it's still, you do notice that, it's basically a small flying creature. It's gray. It had, its eyes are wide open with, that are silver colored, and it appears not to be moving. Okay. So, but you're preparing for a sling bullet you want to shoot next round. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So now, Robert, your cleric, there is one on you that's chomping at you.
Oh no! I'll scream out. It looks like Smuckers is running away as I swing, and I hit an armor class of 6.
Okay, hit armor class of 6. That will be unfortunately a miss. This creature, as you get close to swing at it, it comes off of it and you miss, unfortunately. So now it's kind of hovering around you. Next, we're up to the wizard. Malnar, there is one attacking the donkey, who is not very happy right now.
Yes, is this a new round? Because my action was just to jump away, jump out of.
You're basically near the you're near Smuckers right now, and who's being attacked.
I'll just try to. Smuckers is being attacked, and I'm
basically you use the donkey as cover. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, I use that. While I'm there, I'll try to get my wand of magic missiles.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Yes.
All right, excellent. Round. So now it is initiative.
That's
so
declare.
It's declare again. So now, Robert, you're in the box. So you start.
Just keep swinging away at this little guy if I can.
Next is Martin. You're going to cast magic missiles off your wand?
Yeah, sorry. I'll fire off a magic missile from the wand against one of the... How many creatures are there?
There appear to be... Well, what you've noticed is there seems to be almost a choir of sounds inside the forest. And some come in and some come out. And so right now, there's one on the donkey, one near Robert's character. There's and one at the feet of Nimley, and one that's where you think the thief has gone. So, but others could be coming.
I fire off the wand at the monster by the donkey.
And you'll get you'll have 2 magic missiles, so you can decide what happens after that. Okay. And I assume, Randall, your character, Nimley, is going to continue to attack anything that comes towards it. All right.
Yes, sir.
So, Robert, you're in the box. I rolled a 3 for the... All right, so the
5.
PC's 1. So going in order, Robert, you get your attack.
I missed.
Okay. Then, Martin, you get your magic missiles. You can shoot one at the one that's attacking Smuckers, who, while he was neighing and moving, he's still holding his ground. He made his morale check. So roll a d4, Martin, when you get a chance.
Yes, I'll roll one. I fire one missile at the one on the donkey, and then another. But the other one comes.
Yeah,
later,
you can
right?
decide. You can
Later
shoot.
in
You
the
can
round.
shoot both of them. But you can pick one and pick another one if this one kills it.
Yes. So I'll
Okay.
start with the donkey. That's 4. So 5.
Okay,
that's
so
damage.
yes, exactly. Don't hit your ass with the magic missile. So you strike the creature that was chewing voraciously at the poor donkey, and you strike it, and it stops talking and falls down to the ground. So you have another missile still.
Excellent. Right. So I'll fire another one off at someone that
Okay.
seems.
Well, there's one
threatening
by
and
the
seems
cleric.
to be-
There's one by the cleric, Agnes.
Yes. So I fire off at that one. That's 3. So
Okay,
that's 4 damage.
it is your lucky day with the magic missiles, because you see that Agnar, as you were struggling with this creature that was bent on continuing to chew at you, after you swung and missed, this magic bolt strikes the creature and it flies off and collapses to the ground next to you. So it is now fell. Nimbly, what you notice is a creature is darting towards you, so you may make a strike at it.
Okay. Nimbly swings. He rolls an 8 plus 1. It's a 9. I'm pretty sure that ain't
Yeah,
come close.
you're this time you're not able to connect you miscalculated the trajectory and so it flies towards you, and it misses you as well. Both you, in dramatic fashion, move and it swings past you, and then Brian Plumsy, you're in the shadows. You had your sling out.
Yes, and anyone that's not in melee, if I could get a shot on at that, even with my wonderful dex, I miss with a 5.
So you swing at one. You see another creature that was flying around, and you miss at it wildly. And what's your height in shadows again?
45.
35. So
35.
unfortunately, you're swinging. You've kind of lurched yourself out in your zeal to try to strike it, and you're kind of now out in the open and revealed. So there is one other, and you keep hearing this flitting and these very sharply pitched sounds of chittering, and one of these creatures flies at Agnar. They must like you. The cleric, that smell of virgin cleric is something that's quite appealing to these creatures. Oh, so as you were still amazed by what Malnar did to the creatures next to you, you kind of look towards him and raise your shield up, and the creature smashes into your shield and collapses down in front of you. It appears to be stunned on the ground and kind of sitting there. So it is now initiative, and all of you notice that the number of eyes are growing ever more so. Maybe there was a dozen. There may be 24 of these that are appearing, and the sound of buzzing gets louder and louder. What do you do?
If we should run on down the way.
Yeah, maybe we worn out our welcome around here.
There's only one stun one on the ground now. What's ahead of us if we went up the pathway further?
What's ahead, Rob?
Well, there is no pathway. You are basically striking out through a tangled and trackless forest. There's no obvious place that you're headed.
We cannot head back now. We'll have to meet this threat phase head on. Is it declaration
yes,
now?
Robert, it's your declaration.
All right. Hearing the wizard say that he wishes to fight, I will ready to fight whatever comes out.
Okay. Martin, you're by Smuckers and with your wand out.
I'll fire off my wand
okay.
again.
Brian, what's your character going to do?
Plum's just going to load up another sling stone.
Okay. And Nimbly?
Nimbly growls, that crazy wizard's going to get us killed, but he takes a swing with his
Okay.
axe.
So, Robert, you're in the box. So let's see.
2.
I rolled a 1. So
Oh,
what happens as you are guarding yourselves, preparing for attack? You hear the sound of a small creature screaming behind you.
okay. Oh,
That would not be me.
Okay. And all of a sudden, you see, well, because there's still creatures around,
Well,
right?
you don't know. You don't know. The rest of them, there's creatures in the forest that may be striking. You don't know that.
Right. So all of a sudden, you hear sort of a singing sound, and only one of you would recognize the singing sound. The sound is someone singing in Elvish.
there's an elf coming.
Does the
No,
halfling
Plumsley.
speak Elven?
I don't
Plumsley
speak.
speaks Elvish.
Yeah, that would be Plumsy.
Plumsy, sorry.
It's all a bunch of gibberish to me.
And it's getting louder and louder, and all of a sudden, you see a large burst of light just basically envelop all of you and everything around you. And you just hear all of these creatures and these noises seemingly start to shriek and get quieter and quieter and quieter. And as you're standing there and the forest is illuminated with this globe of light surrounding all of you, you hear, and Plimsy, only you would understand this, Plumsy, you hear Elnana, which only you would know is an Elvish word basically meaning a-holes. And then all of a sudden, you hear singing again in Elvish, and it's starting to fade.
I'll try to match the singing as best I can in Elvish and see if I can match the words and get a response.
It seems to, oh, I see. Yes. So when you start singing, then the other singing stops.
So you guys hear the flight of birds distant around you. What the things that were attacking you are still fleeing, screeching into the shadows, away from the light, the magical light that surrounds you. And their passage of these creatures is disturbing birds out of the undergrowth and soon their screeching is totally gone.
I guess Mama said it was time to go home.
Thank you for saving us, whoever you are. I call out.
So what are you, who's that's calling out?
That was Malvar.
Sorry,
Malvar.
this is Malnar, the wizard, the magic user. I call out, thank you for saving us, whoever you are.
You hear a response in Elvish. So you would recognize it's Elvish, but you wouldn't know what was being said. Only Plumsy would know. And the response is in Elvish, I don't speak the common tongue.
So Plumsy responds in Elvish, great friend, we appreciate your great, wonderful help. We are your servants. Show us the way. We are strangers in this land, and we seek guidance from you.
And you can hear some rustling. You don't see anything. You just hear some rustling in the forest, and emanating from a bit of distance, you hear in Halfling. This so much disturbance here as of late. It's a terrible thing. Terrible thing.
What is
Okay.
she saying?
She's speaking in Halfling.
And so Plumsy will try to translate, but yet not break concentration with this person. Is it a male or female voice? Does it sound it changed from Elvish to Halfling? Is
It
it a
appears
high pitch?
it's the same. It's the same voice. It is very high pitched.
And just then, very quickly, you see a blur. Something springs to the area, grabs that little sprite-like being that was sort of still shaking, that had hit the shield, grabs it and pulls it back and is gone. It was a bit of a blur, like maybe a rabbit or something.
That's weird. Plumsy, ask this being what it is so concerned about.
I'll call
Why is
out.
it upset?
Yeah, I'll call out, and Plumsy believes that this being is what just snatched away this flying creature. But he'll call out, please help us. Reveal yourself. We're friends. Friends
Tell
of
her
this
about
place.
the vision too. Tell her about the vision. Maybe she'll know something.
Oh,
And we were sent here. We were sent to bring an end to the disturbance and to help the beautiful one, to stand.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just all sorts of creepers and crawlers, cruel critters, cranky characters in these woods as of late. You seem to simply be more of the same. I've got my own problems. I'm sorry.
What is he saying? What is he saying, Plumsy?
I will relate that this creature, I would guess is, at least speaking in Elven, perhaps female, is reluctant to be helpful. And then I'm trying to convince her that we are here to help and to bring order to the disorder.
We are?
What are you talking? Are you talking about me? What are you saying? What are you talking about? Are you planning to kill me?
Of course not. Someone of such great power and beauty that can drive away creatures with just a light. We are your humble servants.
Okay, I don't understand. Why do your friends not speak Elvish? That is very strange.
It is very strange. I have tried to teach them, and they are reluctant to learn. They are simple folk from a simple place, and they know very little of the wonders that elves can teach us.
Are they speaking in Elvish or are they speaking in Halfling right now?
It would be in, actually be in Halfling now. He switched over to Halfling, so...
Yeah, and about that time, Nimley shouts out, well, you seem to understand Halfling. Why don't you understand Gnomish?
Gnomish. Gnomes. What do they...
Yeah, we're the people who guard your gardens.
Very rude. That's why I don't speak Gnomish, because gnomes are so rude. Clearly. I will show myself to you, though. And out into this little clearing comes this 3-foot size rabbit that has a horn coming from its head. And you hear, well, I'm here. And it seems to come from the rabbit.
Yes,
Good day,
there you
Master
are.
Rabbit.
And with a great bow and a proper halfling curtsy. Dear friend, we owe you our lives.
Indeed.
I am Plumsy. Your servant. I have an offering of bread for you.
Yes, give me bread now.
So I
Give us some
will,
yam as
Who's
well.
being rude now? Growls Nimley.
so of course I'll tear off
How's
some of the bread
How's
and
your pony doing? Not so good. Thank you. I like you.
I like you.
I want you scratch
What is
my
your name?
scratch my head. I am Unibit. Scratch my head.
Unibit. I do like you, and I would gladly be your head scratcher.
Scratch it now.
And so I'll go over and avoid the sharp horn and try to scratch the creature's head.
Okay, so you're scratching Unibit's head, and you just hear just laughter and laughter, just like uncontrollable giggling. And it's not coming from Unibit.
Who's giggling? Ask the rabbit who's giggling.
So Unibit, your
I
friend
don't think he heard.
Oh yeah.
Well, Unibit doesn't. Are you saying something to Unibit?
Oh yeah, I thought Martin was saying something.
Oh, Unibit doesn't respond.
I'm asking you to ask the rabbit who's giggling.
Right. So I do say to Unibit, there seems to be some sort of laughter. Someone is amused with this. Is this your joke? Is this how you treat your servants?
And all of a sudden, you hear this laughter again, and you can see it's very close now, and you can hear sort of rustling in the leaves nearby you, and just laughter and laughter.
Hey, who's over there?
You see, when you look over there, you see literally rolling around in the ground this little 1.5 foot tall creature, and his legs are kicking in the air, and he's just laughing and and he says he's speaking in a language you don't understand, but he seems very entertained by all this.
Would I recognize him as a leprechaun? Reminds me of a leprechaun type figure.
He looks from the stories of old that you've been told, he looks like he is either a leprechaun or in that category,
I'll try
related.
talking to him in chaotic good to see if maybe it's might be a brownie, perhaps.
No response when you speak chaotic good. He's just still laughing.
Maybe somebody needs to talk to him in chaotic stupid.
Good idea. Why don't you try that?
Yeah, I'll try it. It's my native language.
So in Elvish, I will speak over to the laughing fellow. I'll stop scratching Unibit's head and say,
He kind of leans in. When you stop, Unibit kind of like leans in towards you with his head.
my good friend Unibit, and good sir, clown of the forest, merrymaker, present yourself. I am your humble servant. I am the servant of Unibit. I am Plumsy. I am the giver of bread. I am Seedberry, maker of pies and jams.
Oh, I'm familiar with the Seedberry name. It does mean quality. Thank you so much. I do apologize for having such a good time at your expense, but I so did need a good laugh today. It's been such a trying time, but I do appreciate it. I thank you, and my friend thanks you. Good day.
And a good day to you.
Starts to get up, and his rabbit thing starts to follow after him, and he starts to blend into the woods.
That was weird.
Hold, sir, hold.
These
We
are
need your
strange
help.
Places.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I told you, it's not been a good day at all. Not been a good day at all.
Why not?
I appreciate.
I don't know. I can't hear him.
I know. What do
I
you,
don't
what do you say?
understand.
We're asking, why is your day bad? How can we make it better? And I am guaranteed to make you laugh at least another time.
Oh, well, I appreciate your concern for me. Yes, it's very trying. I found that my silver flute, given to me, handed down from my grandfather, who, rumor has it, was indeed, they say, was a halfling, like yourself, handed down from my grandfather, and they took it, and I must find it, or I'll never get it back.
What is he saying, Master Halfling?
He's looking for a family heirloom, a flute. I believe he's looking for a silver flute taken, and perhaps we can.
By whom?
He did not say.
Maybe if we help him, he'll help us.
All right, I offer our service. We are your servant. You helped us. Perhaps we can find your grandfather's flute and return it to you.
You would do that for me?
I would. However, we're lost in this strange place. You're a strange person, a strange creature, a rabbit with a horn. These are strange things, only from stories from our youth. We could use a guide and some information.
I see. As they say in Elvish, a quid pro quo.
That, yes, they do say that, and I agree.
Inquire as to who might have taken his this heirloom of his.
And I'll assume that it's been translated to me.
Yeah, for the sake of the story, let's assume that all questions get translated.
So it was taken by the four of them. Those fawns. Then they give the Wyld a bad name. Creatures like that, these fawns, all they do, they have no respect for order, for rules, for the law of nature. They simply take and play and run around. They took it, and I know they took it. Now, I know what you're saying. How dare I go accusing somebody without proof? Is that what you're thinking?
It crossed my mind.
Yeah,
However,
the gnome was nodding. I see the gnome is nodding, I believe, right? And that tall one too, the spindly was nodding as well. Well, that's a fair question. Now, grant you, my evidence is only, as again the elves would say, I believe, circumstantial. But here it is. These fawns, 4 of them, came to me on not one, but 2 occasions, asking to borrow the flute. They clearly had heard me play it. They wanted to borrow it, they said. Now, I'm no fool. I know all about fawns and their ways. So I, of course, rejected their offer. Yet they returned and made another offer. Hardly an offer, considering the fact that I was getting nothing out of it. And I said no. But then I went away. I had some business to the north with a sprite, but that's a different story. And I hid it where I always do. I returned, and it was gone. Therefore, so you see, right? Don't you? Do you understand? Do you understand what? Can you connect that evidence?
Of course. It sounds like a plausible theory.
Plausible?
Are you sure you just didn't lose it?
But is that gnome again?
Don't aggravate him, Master Gnome. I'm sure the fawns took it. Do you know where they might be at this moment?
Would the gnome consider a hole with a case and the lid open and the flute missing evidence of me simply misplacing it?
Perhaps. but you're making a big assumption that they're the ones who came by and took it.
Well, if you
The
don't,
law clearly says that when you blame somebody, you should have proof or evidence to back up your claim.
well, then I guess I simply, I really don't know these woods very well. I mean, not very well at all. My memory of where things are located is starting to fade. I don't even know where I'm going. Where have I been? What woods are these? What is this called? I can't remember the name. Where am I from? I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm a terrible guide.
Right.
Oh, now you make me laugh, good fellow. You are such the humor today is
Because
Oh
wonderful.
half-elves have a
yes,
sense of
high
humor.
quality.
Unlike gnomes, who my understanding is gnomes are dour. Isn't that right? And they only love gold. That's right, gnomes, correct? They're dour, humorless, and
We
love
also
gold.
like gardens too.
You're
Sound
thinking
like
of dwarves, I believe. That's a gnome there. You can tell they're different.
Really?
How are you different again?
Exactly. That's my question.
How are we different from dwarves? We like green stuff that grows outside. And plus, we get really annoyed when people tell us silly stories like that. And he kind of glares at that creature.
I mean,
The creature glares back. Unibit. It's like, well, I like you, Master Master Halfling? Seedberry, you said. The Seedberry jam.
At your service.
Delightful. I've had much of it. I like you. And so if we can deal together, I would be happy to assist you if you are able to return my flute, my grandfather's flute.
We'll do our best to find it.
Thank you.
We will.
But we might need some pointers as to where to start looking for these found thieves.
This is a strange land. This is a strange place. We seek a grove. We seek the stone stela. We seek the beautiful woman. And we're trying to bring a happiness to this place.
Well, that would be very nice if you could banish the wild from the wild and bring some order to it. I would be very appreciative. I can help you, and I suggest that we be very quiet.
Ah, yes, agreed. Shh.
Nimble shaking his head.
Shh. Do you hear anything?
I'll go ahead and do my hear noise ability.
Bringing through
It's
the
music.
trees in the distance, you hear the sound of sweet music being played. There's very little. A sweet breeze seems to blow through under the trees, bearing the scent of wood smoke and the odd scent of the burning of odd herbs.
Master Leprechaun Brownie, sir, does this sound like it's coming from your flute?
Yes, that's it. See? I told you. They've taken it.
Oh.
They can't be trusted at all. They're very rowdy. Be very careful with them. Now, I must tell you, this is up to you. I cannot get involved. I mean, you understand why, of course.
No, and you sort of are involved since you're the one whose flute has been stolen.
I live here. I can't. No. Are you familiar with fawns?
not at all.
Oh,
Only in stories.
you need.
Tell us, what is their weakness? What is something they crave?
Oh.
What is their strength?
Well, their weakness, of course, is that they are simply interested in play and frolicking.
Who isn't?
I'm not.
Oh, of course.
They do like superior wine.
Mm.
You've brought that, I'm sure. My understanding is that gnomes only travel with alcoholic beverages, is my understanding. So I'm sure, though often not of superior quality. So I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving him the death glare with that one.
Yeah, we don't work with stereotypes in our group, so let's keep that out of it.
I'll have you know that mine is the finest.
You're what?
Even if these stereotypes turn out to be true.
It's irrational. So you need to be very careful with them. I cannot get involved. I have to live here. I cannot offend them. I have offended them enough. But I can take you to them. I can guide you there. I hear them now.
You hear the what sounds like vigorous dancing to the music, and it seems to be coming through the trees in that direction.
Follow me and be quiet. My understanding is gnomes are very noisy. Walking, you can hear them coming like an elephant.
Oh, well, you keep talking like that, you're going to be hearing me coming like an elephant.
As we're walking across, I'll whisper,
as he's reaching for his sword.
I'll whisper to Plumsy, is this a case where some of us might be able to cause a distraction and you sneak in and steal the flute back?
I think you may be onto something, Master Priest. Perhaps we should get our eyes on it first.
Yes, let's do that.
Master Leprechaun Brownie, sorry,
Boll.
Prawns, do they have any particular sort of spells or powers that we should be aware of?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, you must be concerned about the pipes, of course.
Of course. Do they have a charming power?
The pipes, indeed, the pipes do. You must be careful of the pipes. They will charm you. They will put you to sleep. They are terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
Only if you've been drinking too much ale.
But then apparently the gnome is particularly susceptible to the pipes.
Well, they haven't encountered anyone with my mental fortitude yet, so let's see how those pipes will work out for them.
Oh, what's your mental fortitude? What's your family?
I'm from the Wand family.
Did you say Wonderwand and intellectual fortitude?
Indeed, I did. I come from a great line of mighty wizards, you know.
Okay. If you say so.
Yes, I do.
So
I do.
Boll the Brownie and his incredibly large and tall new friends creep forward through the thick underbrush towards the sound of the music. The land seems to dip a little bit. You soon find yourself overlooking a bit of a like an open space where the brush is a little bit less. There's a stream. You can see that there is a fire has been built here, and there is what looks like a deer roasting over the fire. You can see a cask, possibly, or keg of wine on a rack. And dancing about are these rather tall humanoid figures, the lower half of their bodies covered with fur and hooves, the tops of their bodies looking more like wild men. They have horns on their heads, and they are dancing with beautiful looking like female women who are very curvaceous and look very happy as they dance.
Do the females also have cloven feet?
No, the females do not have cloven feet. The females look like perfectly formed female girls of all of legal age, and and you can see that they're the leader of this little party, who seems to be calling the tune, is a particularly large and magnificently racked. His horn, so to speak, are refulgent and erect as he plays these wooden pipes. And beside him, also keeping accompaniment, is another faun, a young man who seems to be playing a small flute. And Boll says, "That's my flute." That's what you see. You are approximately, let's see, you're about 60 feet away from where this party is happening. You can see that there are others of them as they dance. They have pipes that they are smoking, and that seems to be the source of the strange burning herb smell that you detected earlier.
I told you. Look, he's putting his lips to it. I told you.
Do you even want it back now? I mean, look at it.
The gnome. That's the first sensible thing you said.
I'm not the gnome, but thank you just the same.
I'm sorry.
You see, this whole thing, you know the difference.
It makes more sense now that it wasn't the gnome. Yes, I understand.
Maybe our thief should sneak up to them and try to relieve the younger faun of his that.
If he's holding it, it'll have to be hard.
Yeah. I'm sure you can figure something out.
All right.
Perhaps a distraction of some kind.
To get him to set it down, if there's some way that he can set it down, I can get in there and get it.
Perhaps I can go talk. Do we have any wine? We heard wine. Are you carrying wine, Grim Nimble?
Nimbly reaches over and looks at his water pouch, and he sighs, "Alas, no, just this."
Do you have some more of that jam on Smuckers? Perhaps I can take it into them.
Unfortunately, no.
I don't think they're going to go for iron rations. Do we have anything to offer them? Maybe I could offer it to the leader, and he'll put the wand down or the flute down.
Perhaps a distraction of trickery. Does our esteemed magic user have anything that would?
Unfortunately, the only thing I can think of is maybe shooting off a few more magic missiles towards maybe breaking open one of their kegs or something.
Oh yes, we definitely do not want to kill.
So you'll sneak up, and I'll wait half a minute, and then I'll fire it off at the keg.
All right. So
in the mayhem that'll ensue, you will sneak up.
We've lost Randall.
Yeah, he has problems with Skype every once in a while.
Okay.
But it usually doesn't drop him out.
It says that he left. Hey guys, we've been too much. Before the assault on the satyrs begin, does anybody want to take a short break?
Sure, I can fill up my cup again.
How short is that?
Was 5 minutes?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
And that might give Randall a chance to get back on.
I might be off for 15 minutes, but if I am, then the first thing I do once we're back is firing off missiles at the keg.
Okay.
to create the distraction. And I'll be
All right.
back as soon as.
Try to call Randall, I guess. We could try that.
So
That's a good idea. All right,
yeah,
James.
we'll come back in about, let's say, 10 minutes. So 5 minutes, 2:25 Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you then. we are back after our little break. And so for those who are with us still, we are watching these great adventurers. They've delved into the Wyld, and Rob will kind of catch us up from there.
Yeah, so our heroes, after creeping through the dark and mysterious forest, led by their new diminutive friend Boll, have found their way to the place where the fawns are having their party. The party, this area is a grove of, or a kind of a little open area where the underbrush is open enough to, there's a bit of a space for dancing, and the fawns are absolutely taking advantage of that space to dance, as some of them pipe music. One of them using what Boll identifies as the stolen silver flute. The fawns are dancing with beautiful, wanton young maidens whose state of undress is such as to inspire admiration. And the party is trying to decide how they wish to proceed. There is a suspicion, or at least the idea is that perhaps they might cause some sort of a distraction that would allow the stealthy member of the party to slip in and take advantage. And so go ahead and proceed.
All right, Plumsy first pipes up quietly. Perhaps since these creatures love wine, wine may not be the first target. That might perhaps the deer, perhaps the fire, but not the wine.
That could be an act of war. I was thinking that myself. I'm glad you said that.
And if things turn sour and go south, perhaps we can get some of that wine for ourselves.
That's true.
But with that, Plumsley will sneak around away from the rest of the party, set himself up, hopefully, in a position close enough to the young fawn playing the pipes, and when the distraction goes off, he will then quaff a 1/8 sip of his potion of invisibility and move in stealthily and snatch the said item.
All right, let me make
That's the plan.
Let me make a couple of checks. All right. So Plumsy heads off into the underbrush and is quickly lost from view from the rest of the party momentarily. What's everyone else doing, and how long are you going to do it for?
Agnar will get near Malnar to protect him if anything goes wrong, and just wait.
Yeah, same thing with Nimley. He's going to take up a position to protect the magic user.
Yeah, and I get low and I take my wand and point it towards the deer, and when I've subsumed that the thief is ready, then I will fire it off. After I've seen that he has gotten into the underbrush, I'll wait for maybe half a minute, and then I'll send off the magic missile.
All right, so you guys are standing there ready to make your approach, and to make your plan, and the music that is being played by the pipes seems to slow down. By 4, it was playing a very much a lively dancing tune, but it seems like the DJ has decided to go a little low and slow now because the music's getting very soft and quiet. and almost one might say lullaby-like.
Uh-oh.
And there's a Agnar, you find yourself in what is now a very familiar place. It is a moonlit grove of tangled thorns. In the midst of this, you can see in a shaft of moonlight a tall white marble stone. It's written over with some sort of runes, and standing before you, close to you, is a tall, beautiful woman with long, black, straight hair, lovely features, garbed in a rich Samite frock. And she says to you in a musical voice, "While I stand, the pact..." You know, I really had to read my own thing.
The pact will hold.
While I stand, the pact will hold. And you find
Agnar's...
yourself awake, lying in the underbrush. You all come awake, clumsy, about 10 yards away. And there's no sign of the satyr party. You rub sleep from your eyes. You realize that you had been overcome by the music and lulled to sleep.
Oh dear.
I immediately sit up and see if there's any wine left.
You go into the... Oh, as a matter of fact, you go in and you can see where everything seems to be gone. I mean, the fire has been kicked over and is out, but you do find a cup tipped over with a little bit of wine in it.
We are rewarded.
It's just a rough wooden cup carved from a piece of wood.
How do you think they knew we were here?
Nimley checks his pocket and makes sure he still has his money.
Okay. Well, actually, as you guys start checking your possessions, you find that there do appear to be some things missing.
Oh, boy.
Agnar is missing one of his potions of healing.
Oh, no.
Nimley is missing his potion of heroism.
Yeah.
Malnar is missing his wand of magic missiles.
No.
Oh, that's the worst.
No.
Yeah, we got pocketed.
And Plumsy is missing 7/8 of his potion. No, his entire potion of visibility. He didn't get in position to drink his potion of visibility.
And just then, bursting into the clearing is Boll. You did it! You did it! Where's my flute? Where? You did it! And he runs and he hugs Plumsy. You did it! You did it! Oh, thank you. Thank you. I will lead you to the grove. Where's the flute?
Master Boll, the playful fawns have not only taken your item, but taken ours as well. We have been duped.
What? What happened?
You were awake. We didn't see it. What did you see?
I said I was far away, out of danger. I mean, what happened? Did you wait? Not. Did you fall asleep? You asked. You asked.
Fell asleep.
You asked me. What do the pipes do? I told you.
Yes, but what should we have done?
We didn't even know that they knew we were here.
Yeah.
And what did you say to them, Boll, to let them know that we were here?
This is outrageous. Rude.
Must have tipped them off somehow.
Oh, Boll getting angry.
You don't want Boll. You don't like Boll when he's angry.
You don't like me when I'm angry.
Perhaps. Oh, I'm
like
sorry.
When you're sober.
It was a mix-up in the. Perhaps I'm not as fluent in Elvish as I once was. Forgive me. I misspoke.
Well, obviously, I'll have to handle this matter on my own. Good day, gentlemen. Good
You
day.
did have a dream, though.
Good day. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving. I don't need your help. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
The door
I'll
hit you
never
on the
see
way
you
out.
again.
Goodbye.
I'm serious.
Goodbye, Paul.
I'm
Goodbye.
serious. I'm leaving.
I always take a brownie at his word.
We'll
I won't help you. I'm not going to help you.
We'll turn our backs on the brownie so that
Please.
Yes.
I have no confidence in you now. I'm leaving. On the count of 5, I've got the magics.
4,
I'm going
3,
to
2,
dimension out
1,
of here.
0,
1,
2,
Hasn't it gone yet?
2,
Yes.
3.
3. Strangely, I'm learning to count to 5 in Gnomish now. 3, 4,
4.5.
Okay, fine. Fine. Get the flute back. One more try. I'll help you. Stop. Okay, fine. You've convinced me. Fine, stop. You're embarrassing yourselves.
Yes, indeed. However, we're lost in a strange land, and you are the only stranger that we know. If that makes any sense to you.
Okay, hang on. Let me think about it for a second. Okay, against my better judgment, I will help you if you get my flute back.
Yes, we've been there before, and these fawns are beyond us. Perhaps the grove might hold the answer to where your flute and how it can be gotten. Let's try it that way. Let's try the grove first and the flute second, because it didn't work the last time.
That sounds like a plan.
I see, because I should perform first, because I have such confidence in your ability to perform after.
I believe so, yes.
Hang on. Let me check my intelligence. No, I don't like that.
Well, since you
Let me
tipped
roll
them
a
off the first
d20.
time.
Hold on, hang on. I'm making an ability check. No, I don't like that idea at all. Perhaps I could be of assistance this time.
But
Greatly
Josh,
appreciated.
we must have at least shown our dedication to fulfilling our mission, since we, even though we were expelled by the vile fawns, at least we did try. So you know that we are not that we stand by our word as much as we can, at least.
I do appreciate the dedication. I'm not sure why you are trying to lick that chalice, but whatever. That's your business. Okay, let's do it. I can help. I have the magics.
To the grove.
No. To the fawns.
No,
You can hear somewhat distant that music begin to play again.
The music is calling you.
Yes, and your magics can help. Please explain. I am a student, and I'm curious. What magics do you have?
Well, I'm running out of them. Probably shouldn't have played that joke with the rabbit that blew a spell. But I can help. I can create strange light version, perhaps.
That's a good idea.
I also can create confusion.
Even better.
Yes, very good, very good.
I must be at a distance.
How can we stop the sleep? Any protection from that? Is there a
Walk more quietly.
Or
someone around here?
listen, maybe we should stuff our ears full with something, moss. I don't know, some maybe fabric that we have. Maybe take some cloth from our clothes and put it in our ears, perhaps.
The true intelligence of the Wander One comes through.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Wait a second. Parlay? Parlay. The funds would like you. You do the dance with them. You partay. They like you.
Huh.
Very likable. Well, 3 of you. Send the three of you go in.
Huh. Well, I do have if they do still have the ladies with them, then the name Wonder Wand tends to make quite an impression on most ladies. So I'll think I'll join the fray.
Give them the Wonder Wand.
Yeah, exactly. Treatment. Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
Lead the way.
More?
So are you proceeding forward?
Yes, Master Priest.
I'll be happy to accompany you.
And then maybe the gnome, so we'll have the thief freed up to perform his thievery.
I will ride Smuckers.
I do, however, put the... what could we use to stuff our ears with?
Moss.
It'll be difficult to parlay if our ears are stopped. But that's the plan. I like that plan.
Parlay. Yes.
Yeah, I think it was partay.
Oh, he said partay. I don't
Partay,
understand the
partay.
brownie accent. It's a difficult one, so I can see how that could easily be. All right,
But
partay.
I'm confused. What was the plan? Partay or parlay or?
Someone else heard the same thing. I'm glad that I'm not
As
the
a
only one.
communications, I said parlay by partay.
Ah, you said both.
Okay. All right.
So you guys creep forward. You're able to find some moss that you can stuff in your ears. Makes it a little hard to hear, and it looks kind of ridiculous. But nevertheless, who all is going to put the moss in their ears?
I will abstain from putting the moss in, so I will be the one to do the parlaying part of the partaying.
Okay. And are all Boll, are you entering the partay, or are you going to hang back?
Boll?
Nimley is not a fan of the music, so Nimley's gonna plug his ears.
Okay. And I just want to make sure. So you guys make your way towards the sound of the music. What you assume is the sound of the music. Some of you can't hear it as clearly as you could before. You get to a spot approximately 60 feet away, and you see the exact same sort of situation, slightly different layout as the terrain dictates, but they're still dancing and playing music and drinking and lolling about lasciviously, chasing each other about the grove. And what are you doing in who? So
I lead myself and the gnome, both of which have moss in their ears. I lead them forward and enter the meadow or whatever it is, and with my arms open and a big smile on my face.
You just boldly come in.
I do.
And Agnar and Plumsy, where are you?
I'm coming with them, I believe was the plan. We were leaving Plumsy out so he could try to sneak in and get the wand if
All right.
the opportunity arises.
Okay, so as the music, they see the three of you coming forward, and when Agnar makes become clearly visible, the big satyr gives him a big grin, clearly impressed by the great physical beauty of this youth, and they invite you
Hello.
to dance.
Yes.
However, they do say however, he does note that there are only 3, and they know they counted 4 before.
Just one question: was he impressed by Malnar or Agnar?
Agnar.
Agnar. Oh well.
Agnar can't hear him because he's got his ears stuffed full of moss. I
Does he
just smile.
express
I just
this?
smile and nod. Yeah.
Does this satire express his bewilderment why we are only 3, or was that just?
Yes. Well, he puts his pipe down and he picks up some ale and.
Hello, good sir.
Ah,
The
yeah.
master.
Hello. This next one. This one goes out to Rain. She brings the rain and the river and the sunshine. Oh, wait a minute. You guys are here. Hello.
Hello, good sir. Thank you for having us. You seem to have a very nice party here.
You guys were more
If I may
fun
say
when
so.
you were asleep.
Yes, that's what you usually say about me.
Good one, boss.
Yes, it was good. Very funny. See, I have 2 questions. One is,
Wait.
how
Yes?
do you perhaps maybe have my wand?
Oh, we have lots of things. That was the price of admission, baby. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Weren't they fun, girls? Yay, they were great. Yay.
Sure. Was that sort of like a deposition sort of
Oh,
thing,
you
or
had some
was it like a
positions, all
permanent-
right.
Yes, that's funny. Very funny. You're a great guy.
Oh, he's just a real riot. isn't he?
Sylvanus is my name. What's yours?
Sylvanus. Yes, I'm sure that's it. How long?
You don't
have
give
been
your
partying?
name? Everyone gets
I'm
very
Malnar,
quiet.
Wonder Wand.
What's your name?
My name is Malnar Wonder Wand.
And the big strapping one. The one over there.
Oh,
He
that's
points to the Agnar.
That's
That
my
one.
friend. He's a priest.
Agnar's ears are stopped, so he'll just smile and nod
Pull-
because he can't hear what's being said.
Hey,
Oh, no,
you! What's your name?
he has a condition. Don't worry about the moth. He has a condition. It's a
Oh,
long
the
story.
silent and cute type, right, girls?
Yes, that's him.
If you
That's
don't,
him.
if one of the girls says, if you don't want to be ravished by 4 beautiful nymphs, then say something.
Silence is acceptance, right, girls?
What would you say about the trade? Like, if you
He's so cute. I think we're all gonna have a time with him.
would you be interested in some sort of bartering? Like, you could have him for say half an hour, and I could have my wand back, and perhaps some
A
of the other
wand for a
items as well.
wand. Ooh, I like that trade.
That's one way to describe it. What do you say though? It's quid pro quo. I
Oh,
say, in
ooh,
English.
well, that's well said. So just show what I rolled there. 97. Yeah. That's. Oh, wands will be a poppin'. You want a wand back? Let's dance and enjoy ourselves because we're here to party.
You are indeed.
Something tells me this isn't going to work out well.
Come, girls! Everyone dance.
So the nymphs so the nymphs dance forward and begin to draw Agnar into their dance and their embrace.
I'll, as I start to get close, I'll wave my hands and say, "No, I've vowed chastity. I can't be in this."
I put my hand on his shoulder and just nod at him very insistently.
Oh, then I'll point back because I can't hear. I'll point and just nod. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead.
Although they grab you by the arms and start dancing with you in a very suggestive and way that is very, very dangerous to your vow of chastity.
Agnar will get really, really nervous and begin to flee the camp. He can't see Martin or hear him, so he'll just take off.
I look out for him and try to make sure that he doesn't leave the area, and just make sure to be very insistent that he has to be strong and do this for the sake of the Great Mother, the mother of what? What was the name?
The
of
Mother of Mercies.
The Mother of Mercy. Yeah, you have to be strong for the Mother of Mercy.
Feeling generous, all of you can come and enjoy and partake. Even the little weird one. We got your flute,
Yeah,
you
the
little
little
weird one.
Don't have to
Come here.
tease him about
I'll show you a good time.
I don't know who you're talking to.
I nod towards Boom. Boll?
What? I'm not here. Oh. Yes. I cast confusion.
You cast confusion?
I do. I panic.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see. One or more. Well, lasts for 1 million for each level experience. 2 to 8 creatures. Determined by subtracting the level or the number of hit dice of the strongest opponent within the spell range and area of effect. You know what? Let's. Unfortunately, it's more like James. How would you rule this? Because there's such a mixed group.
Hits everybody.
Well, I don't know how many targets does it hit.
It will affect 2 to 8 creatures plus a possible additional number of creatures determined by subtracting the level or number of hit dice of the strongest opponent creature within the spell range and area of effect. You know what? I'm just going to say 2 to 8.
Yeah, technically, I think, remembering it starts with the lowest and moves up. So,
Is it cleric or magic user?
Magic user.
It's
Druid.
It's druid
Seventh level.
Druid.
But there's also a magic user.
Yes, but it's except as listed, it's identical. And now we're at the point of all good Grogtalk adventures of the flipping and the turning and the consulting of the holy tomes.
We had to have it happen at some point.
Yes.
I think I get 1 to. Can I get 2 to 12?
It says 2 to 8. Oh, does yours say 2 to 12?
A magic user, I think. Yeah.
All right, go 2 to 12.
Well, I don't know. I got to find it. I'm flipping and turning.
Mine says 2 to 16.
2 to 16. Yeah.
It keeps growing. Mine says 2 to 20.
It's the Wonder Wand. I think it is 2 to 16. Yeah, the magic user gets more, if I recall correctly.
It's a 4th level magic user spell, right?
Yeah. Magic user 2d8, druid 2d4.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 to 16.
All right, go ahead and roll it.
Oh, sorry, that's me coming. Alrighty. A 3 and a 1.
Well, that's not very fun.
Boo.
All right, so it's basically going to be the people that are closest to you. So I will say that it is Sylvanus and Woody were clearly trying to get you. And with the nymphs were off dancing with Agnar.
So
they are not
Sylvanus
affected.
and what's the other kid? What's the other ones? The one with the other flute?
Woody. Woody.
They have 50% magic resistance, and I rolled it, so they are not affected by it.
So you know I have those with
Not
you.
affected by it. Try one of the. Let's go with the other 2 fawns as well. Let's say that the 4 are the 2 fawns. So let's roll magic resistance for them.
27. So 1 is unhappy. One has to make a saving throw. Now has to make a saving throw.
All right, I'm making a saving throw. And it's a 10.
5 hit dice.
Which isn't.
Probably not.
Probably not. No. Well, no save. And now the percentile dice of what he's doing is 08.
Just standing there.
So one of them is just standing there confused this round. Which isn't a whole lot different because he was...
So they notice nothing. He's just acting the same.
Yeah, he's just bubbling away on his potion of heroism filled bong as the we continue.
Great.
What, me? Okay. Boll flees out of the party to the raucous laughter of the fawns.
You're plaintiff in this case. You can't just leave, I shout after him.
Get the flute.
Agnar has fled from the nymphs if it helps create a distraction.
And Plumsy will take the opportunity to creep forward silently and see if he can get his hand on the flute with a pickpocket.
All right. What is Plumsy's ability to pick pockets?
45.
You want to roll it? You have successfully moved silently into this crazy Shakespeare-esque scene, and is
Try again, Robert.
I
we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
yes.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
Rob, where's the flute? Where's he trying to pickpocket?
Well,
the flute?
Woody the satyr has it slung, has put it into a pouch beside. You're basically plucking it out of his grasp, out of his.
It's on him. It's on his
It's
body.
on him. That's right.
All right. Well, the dice don't lie. Let's see what what happens. A 0-9.
All right. So Plumsy creeps forward silently. Agnar runs out, pursued by nymphs. Boll runs out as Satyr as Sylvanus and Woody are laughing at the little confused and panicked fellow. Plumsy creeps in and yoinks the silver flute, which is it's more like a human-sized piccolo, out of Woody's without him noticing.
Off I go and up a tree.
All right.
With climb walls, which is terrible. But I would probably have a better chance of hiding in a tree than I do at the ground.
Now you have 70% climb walls. You are up a tree and unnoticed.
And I will stay there hidden as best I can and watch.
All right, so Plumsy watches as this scene unfolds of the fawns laughing. They all this juvenile fawn has whose name is Poker has been turning the spit on the deer over the fire. He comes around. They all go over to him. He refills everybody's cups. The party is invited to come and drink with them, except that they basically chased some of you away.
I wouldn't say no to a cup of wine. And when I get it, I inquire as to the whereabouts of my wand and see if maybe I can get them to at least tell me who has it.
Sylvanus, do you want to continue or?
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, he's laughing. He's laughing. Bring the pretty boy back. Get him, girls. This could be a better time than last time. At least you're going to be awake. It wasn't as fun.
Throw me the flute. Throw me. Drop the flute down, Plumsy.
And Plumsy's also looking to see if he can see where any of the other items that the party were carrying is located.
Well, he notices that he does notice that there's a pile of opened and empty potion bottles over just over to one side. So those potion bottles appear to have been used.
Quaffed.
Yeah, don't mix the potions.
Yeah, so
crazy satyrs.
No sign of the wand?
Plumsy can see the wand is over there as well.
Yeah, they've been messing with the punch again.
roll a d20 there, Malnar.
Five.
You can clearly see the wand over there in and amongst the litter.
Can I move towards it without arousing too much suspicion?
There appears to be a certain. These satyrs don't really have a tremendous attention span, and since they basically decided you guys are not much of a threat, you're kind of killjoys.
You're buzzkills. Come on, let's. What's the matter? What's the matter, Malnar?
No, I'm drinking
let's
wine.
drink.
I'm having a good time.
Tell me your troubles. This is a thing for time for fun and frivolity. Don't be a stick in the mud like your friend over there, who's very attractive, but he's give in. They're worth
what
it.
I do is
Agnar is still running through the woods.
Get them, girls.
Now the girls have come back. Woody's grabbed a couple of those girls and have disappeared into the bushes. One of them has come. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, against Plumsy's better judgment, he drops the flute down to Boll.
Oh,
who's at the base of the tree.
And what I do is I accept the wine, and I have some wine, and then I pretend to drunkenly fall backwards towards where the pile is, where my wand is, so I can. But I try to do it undiscovered. So I'll have some wine first and try to join.
Where's Grimsley at this point? Nimley.
Sorry. Oh, he's been kind of sitting back watching this whole thing with great amusement, especially the whole part about the cleric running around being chased by nymphs. He's been loving this.
Sylvanas says, "This is a good day. So let me strike up. This one is going out to our new friends, Magnar and the little short ugly people. Magnar, the sexy stud, and the other two weirdos. Here we go. Let's all. This one's in the key of fun, key of F." And he starts going, and you all get very sleepy, those who are here. And
I'm going to shoot my crossbow at him.
Yeah. You try to shoot him at that as you all get very sleepy. And make a dex check, Plumsy.
I rolled an 11.
And Magnar, make a dex check too. What'd you roll, Brian?
12 out of 18.
So as the hypnotic sounds, you're able to grasp yourself and not fall out of the tree, which was good. And Malnar, as you are able to secure your wand as you're listening to this tune, but you fall asleep. Now, Agnar is out in the distance. You hear the tunes, but you keep running, and now you're basically lost. And at that point, the night falls. And Agnar, you sit out there for a few hours after you hear this. The sounds of frivolity continue for a number of hours, and there are, as you take out the seaweed or the moss out of your ears, and you hear sounds of carnality that you can only imagine is what's being done. So until those sounds subside, you'll feel much better to be out in the other, and eventually, the hours subside, the rituals and let's say gyrations cease, and eventually Boll comes and finds you, and you all wait for whatever the night's events are to transpire, and once the silence comes, you all head back.
Now, I'm going to put it to my co-GMs. You would not say that this party ended in good accord.
Well, the net result is everyone got what they wanted. I mean,
everyone got what they wanted. So you wait. Those of you who were put to sleep,
That's
eventually
right.
wake up.
What happens in the wild stays in the wild.
Maybe a little sorer, a little sadder but wiser. You all get back together. Boll said, and Boll is there and is very happy that he has his flute. You've got your Malnar has his wand back, and but unfortunately, those potions were all shotgunned as soon as practically immediately upon their being taken.
Ugh. Satyrs.
Well, we all learned a valuable lesson.
Yes, stay away from satyrs.
Yes.
I knew I picked the right people for this. Excellent work. Excellent work.
Thank you, Boll.
Masterful. What you were willing to sacrifice for this. Impressive. I am in your debt.
The Mother of Mercy indeed has to be grateful to our priest.
Indeed.
For his sacrifices.
Oh, I think I ran away bravely.
For a small moment there, I feared that his alignment graph chart was in jeopardy. No.
We will be doing the
there would be a spike and then a quick drop. There would be a spike and then
the last. What you guys don't know is the last 2 hours of this slot will be taken with the 360 review of everyone's
alignment
performance.
Oh, nice.
It would have been like an earthquake, right? Had Agnar not resisted.
Or Agnar. Oh. So what passes for night in the wild is really mostly just a slight a darkening of the twilight. In fact, the dawn is heralded more by the birds that sing in the trees above you, as if in response to a sun you cannot see.
And you're woken by a something pointy pushing you in each of your bodies.
Oh, and is it Andy the Almarja? Yes, you're awakened by the rabbit, the unicorn rabbit, Unibit.
Oh, good morning. Good morning there, little rabbit.
I need to get back to my own business. So if you wish to proceed, we should do it now.
Of course.
I cannot lollygag here forever.
To the grove.
To the grove.
To the grove.
Do you have any delicious foods for us in this morning, Master Brownie?
I do not. I'm sorry. I'm far from my home. I was traveling about searching for my flute, and I too have come far from my abode.
Then share some with me, and I'll the last crumbs of bread that I have, and I'll share an iron ration with him.
So you make your meager meals of curds and whey, and then having recovered the flute, what do you ask of Boll the Brownie?
To the grove, his knowledge of the beautiful lady and the stone stela.
The grove. Okay, yes. Let me wait. It was this. No, wait. No. It was that. Wait. No. Yeah, this way. Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, pretty sure it's that way. Follow me. And he just bursts off.
This will not go well, says Nimbly.
It won't, but we'll have to follow suit.
He's disappearing into the brush quickly.
We'll follow him.
And as you
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go on, Dan. What?
Oh no, I was just making small talk with the adventurers. So
so Boll the Brownie leads you through the forest for several hours. After about an hour, he reaches a stream and starts going upstream. until it narrows to a point where you can cross the stream, and you see that there is a old pathway. Soon the path can be seen, and then it seems like it's an actual bits of stone. Perhaps like at some point in the ancient times, this was a paved road, but the stones have long been covered with mass and uncounted seasons of fallen leaves, and the stones pushed aside by the great roots of gnarled trees that themselves have lived to great age and fallen and died. And as you go forward along this, even though it gets darker and darker.
Are you sure you wish to proceed? Do you not know of the stories of the Grove?
Alas, we have no choice.
You call it the Grove, not the Cursed Grove, as it is generally known in these parts, a place of darkness.
We have not heard such. Do you want to tell us what has happened?
Show us the bravery of the brownie folk. Lead on.
I shall lead you. You were very brave, and you sacrificed your bodies back at the place where you saved my flute from all sorts of abominable conduct. But you should know that this place is reputed to be cursed, enveloped in darkness, and it is avoided even by the creatures of the wild. Do you still wish to proceed?
We've come this far.
We can't
turn back.
We cannot.
So be it. I shall take you. And he gets a grave look on his face, and he marches forward.
So onward to the Cursed Grove, where it is always a moonlit night, and the moon riding high in a sea of drifting clouds and bright stars. And a ring of gnarled and ancient trees form the perimeter of this grove, looking as if scarred long ago by some great heat or magic rune. The grove itself is an open area of ragged, wind-blown thistles and stones about 50 yards in diameter. It is exactly as Agnar's dream foretold. And in the center of the grove, in a shaft of moonlight, stands the Stele of the Pact. Now, I've got a little description here for everyone's. So before you tell me your actions, please listen carefully. The first thing you're going to notice is that there is a great bonfire lit in the center, or not in the center, near the imagine Cleopatra's Needle or one of those things from Egypt, you'll be very close. There is a, as I say, there is a, it's a bright moonlit night, but in addition, there's a large bonfire lit near this stela, which casts long shadows, but illuminates basically the whole area. And there are figures moving about the bonfire and the stela, small, gnarled figures, no more than 3 or 4 feet tall, some with weapons that glitter in their hands. And there's other figures moving about as well, in and out of the moonlight. There's a structure that has been erected near the stela, and you can see in the lights that there are some sort of lines, chains, ropes, something like that, that's tied around this. And you see 2 great big deer the largest deer you've ever seen, with antlers that are 8 or 10 feet in diameter, that have been harnessed and are straining against the ropes that bind them, being whipped by 2 of these figures. And meanwhile, you see patrolling the perimeter around this, you see these figures standing about with spears and armored and arms.
And the ropes are attached. What are they doing? What are the deer is doing with the ropes?
It appears like they're being the deer are pulling against these things, these ropes that appear to go into the structure, like some sort of pulleys or something that will transfer the force up to the stela, like perhaps
trying to pull it down.
Trying to pull it down somehow. And as you watch, you see a couple of these guys are arguing. They've got plans or something, kind of scrolls in their hands, and they're arguing about it.
I told you, Gak, it's the cosine, not the tangent.
We need more gears.
This is so simple. It's cosine over tangent, or cotangent, right?
Goblins.
Tell me more. What does do they look like goblins?
They look just like goblins.
Of course they're goblins.
But there's another. But in amongst them is another figure. Broader of shoulder. He has a big hood over his face.
You fools.
And he seems to be directing them.
Why is this taking so long? You told me you would have this down in a day or two, and it's been a fortnight. We're sorry, boss. We're trying to figure it out, but I'm telling you, it's not it's not cotangent. It's a tangent. Shut up. It's cosine, you idiot. Hurry up. We've wasted too much time. The prize is right here.
Goblins haven't been seen in the wild since the time. I am at your service. This cannot stand.
If they pull that down, it will break the ancient pact. We've got to stop them.
How many are there? How many goblins are there?
Getting a rough guess, there's maybe a dozen, maybe more.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
Maybe, dear brownie friend, perhaps you could use your confusion ability again on these creatures.
Yes, the ones that are up high, perhaps, would be most entertaining. Yes,
very much.
I am
so.
at your service. Is that what you think I should do?
If you do that, there are a dozen of them, and there's also this taller fellow. We have. Where are we located? Are we above them or at the same height? Are we below?
You're on the same level? You're on the same level. You're in and amongst the trees that surround this flat area.
What we could do, if our friend here would use confusion to confuse as many of these goblins as possible, I could use my wand of magic missiles to try to subdue or eliminate this the taller one they have there, and then the rest of them maybe we could just sweep up with more mundane weapons and maybe another magic missile if necessary.
Maybe goblins are cowardly. They may flee if they feel like they've been ambushed.
Exactly.
I also remember I have more magics too. I can create light in the distance, torches perhaps, or the image of some illuminated creature. I also remember.
That's a good idea.
Do you remember with the rabbit and you were tickling? That was I did ventriloquism.
Yes, very, very, very funny.
I pictured I could tell you now. You'd find it funny.
Yeah,
I figured it out.
Much so.
I figured it out. Yes, yeah.
I want to be
But
clear. I'm doing staying because I trust Plumsy, who dropped that flute.
Perhaps your flute will work on them if it does indeed cause sleep. If not, then you need to do some of your magics, and while we stop them from desecrating this sacred place.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. This is a new day, isn't it? Did we?
Yes.
So I have maybe a new spell memorized. I didn't.
Yeah,
see
that's
anything
true.
before.
You could have memorized a new spell.
I am memorized sleep then.
Yeah. My flute, unfortunately, I can't even believe I'm saying this. It's just a flute. But you know what I mean. I mean, it's a great flute.
Of course.
It's your grandfather's flute. Yes.
Of course, we understand. But if you would use maybe confusion or maybe some other spell suitable, and I'll cast sleep on them. So we'll sort out most of them, and then if there are any left when we're done, then we'll use weapons and magic missiles to take care of the rest.
Boll is at your service.
Right.
Sleep it is.
Okay, and I'll do confusion.
All right, so you guys start creeping forward to implement your plan, and you hear the cawing of a crow that flies into the firelight and lands on the shoulder of the more burly fellow that you saw with a hood.
Yeah.
And he looks at it and starts shouting orders and pointing in your direction, and the goblins start charging your direction.
Initiative
Well,
time.
look for the subtle approach.
Yep. So now it's initiative.
Sleep.
So
All right. So starting with Robert in the box. What are you going to do?
I will hold here out in front of the wizard and the brownie. If the goblins charge, I'll try to cut them off.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll be asleep.
Okay, so you're going to basically guard them, and if someone comes by, you're going to attack them.
Right. Counter charge.
Martin, you're going to cast. Malnar is casting sleep.
Yes. That's correct.
Randall, what's Nimbly?
You guys didn't hear me, I guess, because I was muted. I was saying that Nimbly is preparing his crossbow.
Okay.
Will you be able to get off a shot before he gets rushed by the goblins?
Well, it depends how initiative goes.
I'll try to screen him too if I can. I'll be in a position just to get out in front of the whole place.
He'll try to get off a shot.
What's Boll doing?
Casting confusion, and you should know it is a 4-segment casting time.
And then last but not least, Brian, your character.
If I could get it to a position of a higher elevation, sling bullet to the burly guy.
Well, I mean, you'd have to. You're a halfling, so you'd probably have to climb some kind of tree to get to a higher position. The big guy is taller than the goblins, but not by much.
He's like maybe 4 feet tall. He's
Okay.
just broad.
Oh, I see. Do I have a clear shot on him, or
From where you're at? Yes.
Or,
Yeah, because you'd have to arch it over,
Okay.
over them. You know.
I'm going to target
Yeah,
him.
basically what I'm hearing is Agnar is presenting himself as the point of the defense. The goblins are running towards you, and the rest of you are behind. So depending on what happens, some may go past Agnar. So we'll have to see. So first, let's roll initiative.
Yeah. So
I rolled a 2. Okay,
rolled
the
a
monster's 1. All right, so they are charging. So what you notice is the 2 that were talking loudly have moved. They are with the larger creature, and you notice now about 8 have appeared towards you, and there are 2 that are keeping the giant deer or horses at bay because they're now been animated by the commotion of people running around. So let's see. So while that happens, as they charge you, Randall, your character can get the shot off. So roll me a d20.
All right. He rolls
That's
a
a hit.
17.
So it's a heavy crossbow or a light crossbow?
It's a light crossbow. It's D4. But 4 points of damage, though. Nice.
Okay, so the one you struck, you shoot him straight in the chest, and he collapses.
Good job,
Okay,
Nimbly.
so the other two, let's see, there's a total of 5 of you.
Agnar is, coming forward with his shield, trying to keep him away from the wizards and such.
So the one in the rear. So one of the goblins throws a spear at you, Randall, who you just killed his friend. Ooh, and he hits. What's your armor class? Before I say he hits.
It was armor class 1, but he doesn't have his shield, so it's
armor class 4.
4.
Okay. Yes, he does hit.
Wow.
You take 2 hit points from the spear as it grazes your arm. Then the other one tries to shoot at Martin. So good news for you is your spell will get off, but you may get hit. What's your armor class?
My armor class, if it's not from behind or from the flanks,
6.
then it's
Well,
6.
fortunately for you, he missed, regardless. And then 3 approach Agnar. Armor class?
Come here. 4.
4. Okay. 1 is able to strike you as they charge towards you. You take 2 points of damage. And then the other 2 run past towards the halfling. You now get your shot off. You want to shoot the dwarf or the ones coming at you?
I'm sticking with my target, which would be the broader fellow. So with the slingshot, oh yeah, that's a terrible miss. With all my bonuses, a 4. So I'm terrible with that sling.
James, I will play
Okay,
him.
great. Play the guy right in the back. I got you. Okay.
Correct.
And so that was a natural 1. I don't know if you're doing
No,
fumbles.
but basically, your sling is not in your hand anymore. That was the terror of being attacked. You've just slung the sling out of your hand.
It went
Right.
further than
Yeah,
the stone.
That's right. That's right.
Awesome.
It's gone. But so now you're without weapons. But so the good news is the 2 are coming at you. The bad news is they hit you. They hit you for 5 hit points of damage.
Oh.
One hits you, and the other one hits you for 1 point of damage. So you take 6 total.
Okay. Yeah, my armor class
Well,
is 4.
I rolled a 19, so twice. So that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
So you were hit twice by the charging creatures. So now is only left is the big bad guy person.
Oh, well, what he was doing is he is trying to duck behind the. He's putting the structure that is there between himself and these attackers, getting out of sight, taking cover behind it.
So, Robert, I'm gonna let you get your attack first, and then we'll determine where the sleep's gonna go off.
Oh, I think I actually hit this time. Hit armor class 4 for 7
Oh, you as the
damage.
one that hit you, you struck him back, and he is no more. You beat him. What do you have, a mace?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, a mace. Mace plus 1.
You heard the distinct sound of goblin cranium crushing in a way that it's not meant to be. It's very satisfying.
Cranium's ever supposed to be
Right.
crushed in any way, but especially not that way.
So Martin, your choices are, it is relatively dark. You're trying to cast a sleep spell. You can cast it on the goblins that have charged, but you have a likelihood of potentially affecting one or more of your party members, or you can attempt to get the mass, which is there's those giant creatures that were trying to pull down the obelisk or whatever you think that is. There are 4 other creatures back there, and then the big bad guy is around there as well.
Yeah, those are who I'm aiming for. The guys in the back. But just for clarification, confusion, that only affects enemies?
We'll adjudicate that.
Based on
based on what happened last time, what you saw, I think he gets to pick his targets, but it's in an area of effect. Yeah. But
anyway, I assume that our brownie friend will take care of the ones that are closer to us. So I do the sleep spell on the.
Okay, roll
on
44
the enemies,
for me, please.
I will. And that is 11.
Okay, 11. All right, so let me look up these guys. 4. Hey, Rob, the DM Rob, roll a dex check for me. For the guy.
I will. I rolled a 9. His dex.
He made it. Just made it. Okay.
Yeah, I made it.
So, you notice that, Malnar, you see, you see the 4 smaller goblins, they collapse down, and you see one of the creatures that was pulling him down, they fall down as well. You don't know if the bad guy was, because he snuck behind the back of the structure. You don't know if he's fallen or not. Let's see. So Randall, you went. Now the brownie, you cast Confusion, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. And so it's an area of effect spell, as you noted. It's got a pretty big...
closest to the caster.
Right, within that area of effect. So I would have
done it right in front of you, basically, to get the guys who are attacking Agnar.
Yeah, but not us. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know how you want to call that. I would have done the middle point, somewhat distant from me, just to get enough of the baddies as opposed to enveloping.
Yeah, well, you definitely would not
party.
get your whole party. I would say that your range is 8, and so basically, like it said, it's from all creatures affected will be those closest to the druid within the area of effect. So I'm going to give you give me an intelligence check, because I'm going to see how well you place the area of effect. If you roll low on your intelligence check, you probably miss Agnar. If not, Agnar is in the range.
Agnar's not afraid.
Okay.
3.
A 3,
okay.
And I am
yes, you're highly intelligent. So the 3 that are let's see. There's 2 over by there's 2 by Plimsy, and there's one that missed someone else. So there's you basically get 4 are affected, because there's a couple that.
Okay, do you need me to roll?
Just
sure
roll
I get the 4.
Yeah,
just
roll 2d8, please.
Yeah, it's
okay.
9.
So Agnar, you need to make a saving throw. Oh, you don't need to make a saving throw, because you were out of it. He rolled well enough. So I will roll the things. Okay, so I got to get to the chart, and so that's everyone's actions, correct?
Yep.
Thank
Page
you.
63.
Okay, so it is initiative again. The monsters won. So Martin, you're in the box. What do you do now?
So how many enemies are left standing? 4.
What you can tell, there are 2 by Plimsy. There are 2 in the back who threw spears, and then there are 2 near Agnar.
I fire off magic missiles with my wand at the ones at the spear throwers.
And Randall?
Nimley's going to drop his crossbow, whip out his battle axe, and he's going to charge toward the closest goblin to try to help the party.
Well, you have your choices. There, you would surmise that Plimsy is the one who probably needs more aid at this point.
That's where you shall go.
Boll?
Boll is going to cast Mirror Image.
You're just burning all the spells, aren't you? I like it.
Well,
Okay.
Can't take them with you.
Charge and attack.
Plimsy, you have two guys in front of you. You have no weapon in hand.
Go ahead and draw my short sword and defend myself and get an attack if I can against the one on my
they're
right.
right in front of you now. They charge towards you, so you can attack whichever one you'd like. And then Agnar?
Yeah, I'll just attack one of the folks that are on me, the one on my not shield side.
So, Martin, you're in the box. I rolled a 6 this time.
Oh.
It's on a roll.
And I rolled a 2.
So, starting with the 4 who are... There's 3 of them. Well, one is not affected. And let me see which one that is. That's one near you, Agnar. So he's going to try to attack you. What's your armor class? 4?
I have
Misses
4.
you. Then the other 3. What was that? Another one, the one next to you is enraged and is able to attack. Actually, attacks you. Misses. Then the 2 behind him. Okay, you see one of the spearmen, they kind of spin around and then start walking away. Just... And then the last one, as unintelligent goblins can be, this one's even more unintelligent. Kind of just stands there and goes, Okay. So then the 2 on Plimsy. What's your armor class, Plimsy?
4.
2. As impressive as their previous strikes were when they're charging, they underestimated your skill in defending yourself, and they miss wildly. So, going back to Martin, you casted Magic Missile. Which ones do you shoot at? You have one walking away. I'm sorry. Rob, what do you do?
Sanzir is, as far as anyone knows, Sanzir is bunking out.
Okay. So, back to Palnar. You have magic missiles. You see one goblin walking away, another one standing still. 2 are currently attacking Agnar, and 2 are attacking Plimsy.
I fire off one at the one attacking Agnar and the other one at the one attacking Plimsy.
Okay, roll your d4 on each, please.
On the one attacking Agnar, 3 plus 1, so 4.
4. So this is Agnar. Okay, so Agnar, you see the one that tried to hit you. You see a magic bolt hit its head, and his head kind of clinks over and falls over dead.
Okay.
And the next one?
Yep.
5. Ooh.
So congratulations, Plimsy. One of the ones that were attacking you, you see a bolt shoot behind him, and whatever brains the goblin had is now spewing out of his mouth, and he falls on his spear, collapsing in front of you. So 2 good shots for that. Randall, it's your attack. You're going to charge the one that's left on Plimsy, correct?
Yes.
Malnar, by my count, that's 4 charges off your wand, correct?
No. Well, is it 1 charge per missile or 1 charge per...
1 charge per 2.
Missile.
Yeah,
per
1
missile?
charge per 2.
That's 4 then. That's 4.
So,
Sorry, I thought it was 1 per 2.
Randall, go ahead, attack.
All right, Nimbley swings. Holy cow, throws a nat 20.
All right.
Yes.
Roll your d8. Actually, you don't even roll your d8. You just decapitate that one as you move forward.
Well, I rolled a 1.
That's okay. You still decapitate him.
Let's reward
That's
the
right.
20.
1 to 20.
All right. So going back to the top, Brian, Plimsy had steeled himself ready for combat, and as the goblins were ready to strike you, they missed, and then both are now dead. So what do you do?
Hold aloft my short sword, yell for the Mother of Mercies, and charge after and help the mighty priest.
Okay, so you're going to move for that. That sounds good. Agnar, you have one in front of you.
Yeah, I'll answer the call for the Mother of Mercies. Yes, and then I hit armor class 6. I don't know if that's gonna be good enough.
Let's see. I think that's pretty close.
That's amazing.
Yes, you hit.
5 points of damage.
Ooh.
5 points of damage. Let's see. You know what? That's as much as they needed. And Boll, you're able to cast your mirror image. So you have whatever it says in the thing, 3 or 4 or something. 3.
Three additional images.
Okay, so this is the battlefield as you see it. As far as you can tell, there are slain goblins except one standing. One has ran away. There are 4 apparently knocked out. And one of the creatures that was pulling is knocked out as well. One is standing there, kind of still, and that's what you see. What are your actions? Yes.
James, does the one that is standing gets a saving
A saving throw again?
Yeah, he gets a saving throw every round.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Unless he's wandering away, in which case he gets a saving throw at a turn.
Okay, yep, let me see. Okay, nope, he's still not happy.
Poor guys.
So, I think now it's Randall, you're in the box. So you get the first action.
Nimley is looking around to see if he can spot the big guy that we saw earlier. He's going to try to head over to where he last saw him and see if he can find him.
Okay.
That guy needs to be taken down.
Okay, so you're moving up to see if you can find the one that disappeared. Next is a Boll. You're muted.
So are there any, so other than the confused one, are there any that are not confused?
Not that you're aware of. The other ones appear to be asleep, or at least they're playing that they're asleep. Well,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
I
apologize.
will-
One has drifted off, has walked into the woods. One is standing there still, and 4 are apparently asleep.
Okay, I, along with Andy, I've forgotten about Andy, the Al Mirage, my buddy, are going to attack the one that is standing there, appearing.
The no mercy
Confused.
brownies, got it. You
Yeah.
did not buy
mercy for Bob.
any cookies. Death for you. Got it. Okay. All right. Going back to the top, Plimsy.
Clumsy.
I was
Plimsy,
moving
Plumsy,
up.
Pixie,
I was moving up
Glade, whatever.
towards,
He's plum shaped and he has red cheeks. Come on. And he grows plums.
Got it.
is the one that's on Agnar still standing, or is he
He is defeated.
all of them?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna move up to the structure and see if I can find the
Agnar,
broad fellow.
Okay. Agnar, sorry.
Agnar will follow behind Plumsy and say, wait, I can heal you. I'll give you the Mother's Mercy.
No, immediately put on the brakes.
And Halnar?
Malnar walks up towards the sleeping goblins and presumably the larger one who might or might not be sleeping.
So you're following basically nimbly.
Yeah, but Plumsy.
But you're going for. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I interpreted that Plumsy halted to get healed, but I don't wait for him to get healed. So I just move towards.
Sounds good. All right. So you're moving up to survey those who have been fell asleep and potentially look for the other one that may or may not be.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Sounds good. All right, here's initiative. Ooh, I'm sorry, I rolled a 6. Randall, it's on you.
Oh man. Here we go. Hey, I matched you.
All
I
right,
rolled a 6.
simultaneous. So you move up you get to the structure, and you look around, and you find what, Rob?
Well, you find a dwarf who's striking from you, attempting a backstab.
Oh,
Great.
no.
So make your roll, Rob.
All right, here it is. Big roll. Not a great roll.
His armor class is 1, I think, correct? Because you have a shield? Yeah.
Yeah. With the shield, yes.
From behind?
From behind, I should get
Yep.
+4, so that would be, and he doesn't have his
Yep.
shield because that's 13.
13.
I don't think that's
Nope.
going to do it.
Armor class 5, I believe, is what I would be, plus whatever his bonus is.
You rolled a 13?
Oh, maybe.
What was your roll?
It adds
Oh,
to a
then you miss.
13.
Yeah, you needed a 16 with...
Curse you! You have foiled all my plans!
Okay. I got to roll for the other while we're sitting here. You notice that... Boll, when that creature is still standing there confused, so that won't be a problem. You're going to cast Cure Light Wounds, Agnar, so roll
right.
that D8. And Malnar, I'm becoming as bad as Tom.
Yep.
Malnar, you get up.
Go
Go ahead, I'm
once,
sorry.
once I see the dwarf backstabbing the gnome, I reach for my staff and charge it.
Okay, so you get there and you're going to start charging. So your choices are, you notice the 4 sleeping goblins. You can, since you walked over there, you could kill one of them, or you could help them. You could help the.
No, I'll charge.
Okay,
the
well
dwarf.
you're going to use your move, pull out your spear and pull out your staff and get there. That's what your action is. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And basically roll attacks for Dan for Boll and the creature.
Boll and it. The creature.
The creature. The abomination.
Okay. All right. Here's Boll. Boll is a 3. 4 big misses. And Andy is a 4. Can I combine
Yeah.
those?
No, you still miss.
Combined, they
Still
don't.
miss.
Okay. And
Brownies in melee.
you
not good.
and you cast Cure Light Wounds. You got that right. So I think we're at the
I got 3.
okay.
It was
So
3, yeah.
Plumsy gets 3 points.
How do you feel now, Plumsy?
Mother of Mercy, thank you. I feel great.
You okay?
Okay.
You don't
All
look
right.
so
So
good.
top of the round. Actually, Boll, you're in the box, since apparently
Wait,
apparently you're an active participant now,
You're
attacking.
PC now.
So
It's a PC.
Okay, Boll did
Got promoted.
so terribly. He's panicking, and he is going to blend into the landscape very quickly. In effect, using natural cover and speed to become invisible and escape.
So that'll be 3 attacks of opportunity by the goblin at +5.
Yes.
He's confused.
We don't know yet. He's going to be
And,
enraged, maybe. He may attack you.
And Andy's staying
Okay.
melee. No, Andy's coming with me.
All right.
All right, you got to re-roll it every.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. Yeah, you don't. He still seems confused. He's even more confused that you can't hit a confused goblin, but that's another story.
Yeah, I should get a
You
point for
did,
that
but
roll.
3
He
and a
should get
4,
mine.
even combined, you still miss. Plumsy, what are you doing? You've just been healed. You notice that Nimbly was struck, and oh, by the way, Nimbly, I'll give you an attack since you got backstabbed.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, sure.
All right, he'll do it. I don't think a nat 1's going to
No,
get
a
it,
nat
though.
1 is very bad. So do you have what's your roll under your dexterity for me?
Now I roll a natural 20.
Oh, so you have successfully the sheer stunning of being almost shivved by this dwarf has greatly offended you. So you raise your axe in disdain, and unfortunately, you have now lodged your axe into the ground.
into Smuckers.
And you are almost basically prone at this point.
Oh, jeez. Maybe I should have said I'm good. I don't need that shot.
Should you do a roll to see if it hits Smuckers?
No, he's not. He didn't. I'm not saying he tossed it. It's buried into the ground at this point.
Okay.
I'll help you. No.
You foolish gnome! Why did you have to interfere?
You stupid cousin.
Join me, and I'll split the treasure
Right,
with you.
stupid cousin.
I think we need to unmask that dwarf. I think it's a disguise. Wait,
Okay.
it's old Bob.
It's right.
It was him all along.
It's Vic Corso. Wait a minute. What? All right.
That's why old Bob didn't want you going into the wild.
I would have been successful. It wasn't for you meddling kids. So.
Dan, quick. Let me make some quick notes here. There we go.
I'm giving James some tips for the next adventure.
Right. This is gold. All
right. So, starting with Brownie, you're going to run basically.
Yes, I'm disappearing.
Plumsy is going to. You're going to cower in fear. I got it. Plumsy is going to
move in and see if I can get a back attack on the dwarf if he doesn't see me.
Yeah. So you'll need your action to. You're going to basically try to somewhat move silently in the middle of the combat. I'll give you a bonus because he's obviously fixated now on his prone victim, nimbly. Agnar, after curing Plumsy, what are you doing?
I'll move in with him to try to stop the dwarf from killing.
If you want to attack this round, you'll have to charge.
Yeah, I'll charge.
Malnar, what's?
I'll try to attack the dwarf.
Yes, you've
from behind
arrived
when he's,
now, and so you're able to strike.
Can I strike him from behind? Is he watching over?
No, I'm going to say what happened was the dwarf nimbly went towards the shadow. He got jumped. He spun around, tried to hit him, and now he's basically, the dwarf is towering over nimbly, towering in his 4-foot prowessness. So, but he sees you coming up, so he's going to have a choice of either, if he, assuming he survives your attacks, Malnar, to attack you back or strike the prone nimbly.
Oh, well, I'll do my best.
But because you were moving forward, it's very likely you'll be able to get your attack. Okay, so that's everyone's action. So, Dan, you get to roll initiative. I rolled a 5 this time. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sanzir will attack the running up.
Okay.
Magic.
5 simultaneous. Okay. All right. So let's start adjudicating this. You try to hide. I first got to see what he's doing. Oh, he is going to attack your creature, the goblin, while you disappear. What's your creature's armor class?
AC
6. Oh, he hit Andy.
Oh,
That'll
no.
teach you to get involved in combat.
Andy has 3 hit points.
Oh,
Oh, no.
You are so lucky.
no. Oh.
2.
5.
He took a chip off of it, but he's still alive.
It's dangling.
So now Andy can go. The unibit.
Go
They're
away.
both fleeing. They're both going.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
so
Andy,
they
I declared
flee.
Andy's
Okay,
fleeing
got it.
with me.
And he doesn't make his save, so the goblin is still fooling around. Now going back to the top, Plumsy, you're trying to move silently to get behind the dwarf. Okay. As you're moving backwards, you notice Malnar moving up, and he looks at you funny, and you hear like you've stepped on a twig or something. It's pretty pronounced. You feel like you weren't successful moving silently, unfortunately.
You tripped over one of the engineers. Oh!
That hurts. So, but next round you can attack.
My sling got wrapped up in my feet.
That's
The one
right.
All
All right, so Agnar, you charged, so you get your attack.
I did. +2 to hit. That is not That's not all that good. Let's see. An armor class of 8.
That will not be enough.
I hope not.
It will. Oh, it is. Excuse me. It will be enough.
That's
What?
exactly what
Yeah,
you
I'm
need.
sorry.
8?
I apologize.
Is he naked?
Basically.
And leather armor.
Naked and prone.
8?
Wow,
What's damage then?
that rang his bell. Okay, so Martin, you move towards and get your attack in, and at the same time, Sanzir will attack, which will allow
Excellent.
you, Randall. I assume you're trying to get up and dislodge your axe out of the ground.
No, actually, he's going to draw his short sword and try to attack with
Well,
that.
you're on the ground now, so you'd be attacking from the ground. You want to try to do that? Okay, you'll
Yeah,
go
sure.
in a second. So go ahead.
Everyone's
Go ahead,
short,
Halnar.
so
And what did you roll, says Sanzir?
Sanzir rolled a 14.
Armor class 6. Is that what you have,
That is.
Malnar?
Yes, it's 6.
I think I hit. I think I hit armor class 19, so I suspect that's not a hit.
I hit 8, yes.
So what did you roll, Martin? All right,
I
you
rolled a
missed.
2.
And what's your armor class, Malnar?
My armor class is 6.
And you needed a 3rd level thief, needed a 15.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just telling you what you need, my friend.
Missed.
15. You missed. Okay.
Wait a minute. I forgot. Didn't I tell you he had a +1 versus
Yeah, I said
magic
plus
users?
2 magic slayer. Exactly.
Oh, never
And
mind.
so from the ground, nimbly, you get your attack.
I rolled a 13 plus 1's a 14.
You is that your total to hit?
Yeah, that's my
You
total.
miss.
14.
You close, but you miss. You make a good effort. Okay. The other 2 disappeared. So we're back to the top of the round.
Wait just a second. Sanzir stands back, holds his sword, and says, "Stop! These goblins were clearly a mistake. But with you 4, we could get the treasure and split it 5 ways. What do you say? There doesn't need to be bloodshed any more than there already is. You could kill all these guys and blame them."
I'll say we can't bring down that statue. It would end the pact and cause great suffering.
Who cares? There's treasure to be had.
That's not good. I'll swing at him.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So are you going to continue to parlay, or are you going to attack?
No, it sounds like that sounds like
I'll
parlay's
say
over.
I'll tell him to surrender. You don't have to die here. You could surrender.
Nah, I like my chances.
Okay, so we're back at the top. Randall, you're in the box. You're still on the ground with a sword that you try to lunge at him.
It's better to keep him on the defensive. I'm going to keep attacking him, and hopefully that'll open him up for the. Who was that? Myar to get him.
Okay,
Mylar?
Agnar, one of those guys. I saw what you're doing, Boll. Plumsy, you're within 10 feet, and you know you've been detected, but what is your action?
A short sword to silence the dwarf and his crave for treasure.
Agnar, you're the only one who struck him, and obviously you have his full attention now.
Yes, Agnar will tell him it's 4-1. He needs to surrender, but he'll keep pressing the advantage.
All right, and then Malnar. All right,
Attack.
you're all attacking. When it's 4, the party's super brave, 4-1. So there you go. That's 3 is the initiative. So Randall, I think it's on you still. I'm sorry, no, it's Dan. Excuse me.
It's too bad.
Roll initiative,
Wait, what?
Dan.
Roll this.
Oh, I'm still in the box? Oh, okay.
Simultaneous.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So you notice the goblin is still standing there, drooling. Everyone can roll their attacks. So Brian, roll your attacks. Sanzir, who are you attacking?
I think I have to go after that gnome that's on the ground, hoping I get a
you
plus
definitely
to
do.
attack him.
So you try to stab at him. Go ahead.
Yep. This dice, I'm
All
getting
right.
new dice. That's not going. 7 is not going to work.
And you try to cast Continual Light. Is that correct, Boll?
Yes, that is correct. It is a 6 segment.
Yeah. Well, at the end of it, you'll notice. Well, we'll see what happens. Robert, roll your to hit. Randall, roll your to hit. Just tell me what you rolled.
All right.
What I rolled? I rolled a
10.
10 this time.
Ugh.
Plus, and I get a plus one
Plus 1
to
to
hit. So that's an armor class 9.
So you normally need you hit then. He's AC 8. You needed a 12. Yep.
Oh, you say okay. So missed
Correct.
by 1. Okay.
Randall, go ahead.
Yeah. I rolled a. Whoa, what is that? I rolled a 4 plus 1 is a 5.
That's a
All
miss.
right.
Brian, Martin, you guys go.
Also rolled a
Martin?
4.
Oh, Clash of the Titans.
I hit
Armor class 10. Well, he's armor class 8. So, welcome to first. This is first edition, right, Dan?
Yep.
See, you all, none of you can land the blow. I cannot be killed.
Now I get the light in your eyes.
You should join. You should join me.
Let's join him.
What?
Malnar, give me an intelligence check.
So D20 equal to
less.
or
That's right.
below my.
Your super intelligence.
Oh yeah, I rolled a 15, which is 3 below my 18.
You're remembering. That's right. We can't win, Joy. You're feeling. You're sensing that perhaps there's stirring behind you. Well,
oh no, the goblins.
There's something seems to be stirring behind you.
I turn around.
The goblins and the creature, they seem to be starting to be restless behind you. So, it is
the sleeping, or the confused
the
ones?
confused one is still standing. The ones who are sleeping, they're starting to stir.
Yeah.
I go.
Hold on, we're not doing that. So, by the way, so at the end of the round, you. Boll cast a spell, and there is now a giant bright light in front of Sanzir, who failed to save with the 2. So you're blinded now. So, yes,
Sanzir is?
He cast continual light on him.
It's getting better and better for you.
He's terrible. This brownie's vicious. So it's initiative time. So what are you doing now, spellcaster Dan?
Oh, I'm up for. I guess I'm going to go over and try to slay some of the ones that are starting to wake, along with Andy.
Okay.
Me and Andy.
Brian. Sorry, you're muted.
I'm going to go ahead and continue to attack the dwarf.
Robert, you're attacking the dwarf, I assume?
Yeah. Angar has decided that the dwarf is irredeemable. He needs to be killed.
Quick judgment from him.
Yeah, well, that's, religious types are like that.
Shouldn't you sit down and talk about an improvement plan or some opportunities for growth and
righteous smiting?
Or at least pass him along to human resources.
Yeah, there's some training.
It's not my religion.
Or in this case, dwarven resources.
I do not follow the god of bureaucracy.
Okay. And all right, so Martin, you're gonna try to head back to start slaying the creatures.
I'm heading towards the sleeping goblins, but not with the intent of killing them, but with the intent of subduing and or capturing them, making sure they don't get away.
And Nimbly, you're still on the ground with a short sword.
Nimbly's going to try to get up.
That will be your action then.
Yeah, he's going to try to stand up.
The good news is you won't get attack of some type of opportunity because Sanzir is now blinded. He's blinded by the light. So it is initiative.
I think it's still
yes,
me?
it's still you. I rolled a 3. All right, you
4.
guys got it.
Oh,
Luck of the
So,
brownie.
Brownie, you're viciously attacking a sleeping goblin.
Yes, and Andy too. We're each taking
roll.
one.
Give me a D4 and a D6. Give me the 4 first.
Okay. 4 is a 4,
And then a D6.
and the D is a 1.
Okay. So Andy slaughters one of the goblins that was near the giant deer, and Boll assassinates, totally murders the one of the engineers. So Brian, Plumsy, it's on you.
Yep. All right. Finally, we'll get a hit. No, not with an 8.
Yeah,
Miss.
that's going to be a miss.
Called it too early, Brian.
any sort of bonus with the
Oh
hitting a
yes,
blinded
yes.
guy?
You're getting.
Well, I don't have
Yeah,
any decks,
but he's blinded, so you get.
so it's AC. So he's
Yes.
AC 8.
You couldn't even hit a blind dwarf.
Yeah, I can't even hit one. Yeah, that's almost as bad as confused
The old
goblin.
thing.
Yeah, I'm treating blinded like I'm treating blinded
cruel,
like he's in. It's trying to for him.
Even the brownie hit.
Yeah, he's basically AC8, but he's -4 to hit you. He's like he can't see you guys. So okay, going back to the top. I'm sorry, Agnar.
So I rolled a 10 plus 1. That's 11. That's armor class 9 again, unless there is a bonus.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a bonus because
Plus 4 to
I'm
hit
getting tired of this fight. So go attack.
Yeah, really. He's probably. I would think everyone flanks
Yeah.
him. That's the way you would. That's the way you might have.
Someone's getting a +2, and I'll give it to you.
Right.
So go ahead.
All right, so there you go. Since the pity strike gets
7 more points of damage. Well, that's a great strike because that is more than what Sanzir had. And so you club him. But the power of this blessed mother compels you. The power of blessed mother compels you.
Blood splatter.
Curse you with the last breath of an evil dwarf. The curse be upon you all. Your hair will fall out and your beard will turn white.
You have no power here, dwarf. More
Wow.
blood.
And you're getting some urges that you haven't felt before, like as the blood is splattering, you're tasting dwarven blood in your beard and tongue. It's very disturbing. Actually, the rest of the party is stepping back as you continue to bash at this helpless dead creature. Just something has almost possessed you there.
He's like the kid on Christmas
that's right.
Story.
He's just pummeling him. So he is no more. And let's see, Malnar, you have a choice of the sleeping creature or 2 of the goblins to try to start tying up.
Upon there's one sleeping creature that is
Correct.
not a goblin,
Correct.
and
It's a
that
giant-
creature
it's
Looks like a giant beast.
a giant.
And it's being held it's attached to the stele. It's to the obelisk.
Okay, so they have some sort of, they have captured. One would assume some sort of.
You quickly
creature.
notice that
What does
they've been flayed, meaning they've been struck so many times with whips that their skin is raw on the sides,
And
about
what does
the
this creature
goblin's
look like?
height.
Oh yeah. What does the creature look like? What sort of beast does it look like? How many legs?
It's a giant. It's a very, very giant. It's a very, very tall deer, about 12 feet
Right.
at the shoulder, with
Right.
gigantic antlers.
So I'll start with. I don't have any rope on me, but I'll call out for someone to come and help me with the rope when they're done with it.
There's actually quite a bit of rope and other raw materials around this structure. Like the
Excellent.
engineers have been rebuilding it several times using different configurations.
I'll use the rope to tie.
Well, you'll
up
be
the
able to do
goblin.
1, so roll d6. 3. So he tied up the animal handler, by the way, Rob.
Okay.
Okay, so at the end of that round, I think, well, Randall, you've gotten up.
Yep.
The brownie mercilessly murdered sleeping creatures, and the psycho Unibabbit, whatever, is now feasting on the entrails of a goblin, which is horrifying. The priest is continuing to bash open the head of a dwarf. So everything's going great, basically. So, so
how's the
oh yeah, I have to roll again.
Goblin?
Nope, did not pass. And let's see what he did this round. He is, I think he's still standing around, but I'm going to check. 63.
He's smart. He would just step back into the bushes and disappear.
He's not that smart. He just stands confused yet again. Okay.
Poor guy.
He gets -2 on his saving throw,
he is. So you have one standing, one bound by Malnar. One is now awake, and is surveying what has transpired, which is horrific. Which is basically everyone is dead. So
which one is awake? The goblin,
the engineer. That's right, the engineer.
Oh, the engineer.
Right. Both of them are awake, but one is bound. The animal handler's bound. The engineer is that. So I think
the engineer puts his hands up.
Yeah, I think I'm going to turn this over back to you all at this point. The combat is effectively over.
All right. Point of order. I'll just while tying up the animal handler, as you refer to him, I'll make sure to let the other goblin know that I have my eyes on him and that he shouldn't try anything.
Okay. Well, the engineer basically doesn't have anything sharper than a pencil behind his ear. He puts his large spatulate hands up, and I think some of you speak Goblin, and he says, "I give up. I give up.
Stay still," I say in common.
I give up." So you've got one tied up guy who is now kind of, his eyes roll back in his head. I say he's a goblin, and he had the sweetest smile on his face. But when he wakes up and he sees your mug looking down at him, he's like, "Ah!"
Be silent. Be silent. And I tie up the engineer as well.
Okay. You could let me go. I don't know who speaks. Let's see who speaks Goblin here.
Not Agnar.
Plumsy does.
Yeah.
Plumsy speaks everything. That's a linguist.
Nimbly.
I think Nimley does.
And,
Nimley.
Nimbly and Plumsy. He's like the engineer is like, I don't mean it. I'm not a fighter. I just got hired to build this thing. Oh my God, my brother! Look at him, he's dead.
Hey, Nimbly, ask him if they keep any treasure around, if they have any gold or anything valuable.
I will say, where do you keep the good stuff?
What good stuff? What are you
Treasure,
talking about?
you fool!
He points down. He says, "It's under there."
What treasure is under there?
That's what the treasure the dwarf's talking about.
It's the treasure. That's why we're here.
Oh.
There's a huge treasure underneath the stela. It was buried there.
Did the dwarf keep any gold around? Any silver? Anything?
He didn't. If he did, he didn't share it with us.
Was the dwarf in charge, or did he have a boss?
I don't know.
Too bad I killed that guy.
He was my boss. I didn't think he could get killed.
Did he have any magical weapons? Any devices of some sort that he kept for himself?
I don't think so. I don't know. He said he had all sorts of things, but I never saw any. I wasn't paying much attention.
Where was he sleeping? Did he have
our camp is back over there. He points to the edge through the trees.
I'll walk back over and search the dwarf to see if he has any notes or messages that suggest he may not be working alone.
The dwarf does not appear to have any bit of stuff. Doesn't have any paperwork or whatever. But as you're looking there, and as the whimpers of the engineer and the cruel animal handler kind of echo, or you can hear their sniffles, suddenly the moonlight seems to shimmer and takes on another quality, a richer, brighter quality. And in the moonlight, you see a ghostly figure appear. And you all can see this, of this handsome, beautiful woman standing there in the moonlight, translucent. And she says, in a musical voice, she says, "Thank you for protecting the pact that was threatened by these evil doers. But the pact is not secure. And nor are your adventures over. For I must entrust to you something of great value and importance. Guard it well against the travails to come." And she holds out her hands, and there is something in her hands that looks like a box that is solid. And she puts it, she hands it to Agnar.
Agnar will walk forward and accept the box. He'll bow like he's seen nobles bow. He's a simple fellow.
It's what you've seen is a small box made of silver. It looks to be like a mesh silver box.
I'll open the box.
All right, the box has a simple clasp. And you open the chest, or you open the cask, and what you see inside is a glass ball nestled within velvet, about as big as a man's fist. And the glass ball is filled with some sort of fluid that glows. And floating within is a jellyfish, which glows with a faint blue light. And the glass ball has no stopper. And the tendrils of the jellyfish undulate gently as if it is alive. And when Agnar looks up, the figure is gone.
Hey, wait, fair maiden, where did you go? What's your name? I call out.
Your voice echoes through the cursed grove, but is unanswered.
I'll bring the crystal ball over to show my companions and them take a look. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Adventurers, your quest is over.
Hey.
This is the end of this adventure. You all make it back to Granger's Hold.
Sorry, point of order. Did we find anything in their camp?
You found a cask with 200 silver pieces in it, buried, which was buried under what was obviously Sanzir's sleeping area, and you don't find anything that indicates that he has a boss. But you did find a book that was full of mysterious writing, which may require some sort of research.
Hey, Dan, can you get out your alignment graph? Because I want to tie the animal handler's right leg to one of those giant deers and his left arm to the other deer and send them on their way.
He's trying to get to lawful good.
See, so I was just wondering where I might fall on that alignment graph as this. It's not quite quartering, since there's only 2 deer instead of 4.
Halving.
Halfling.
Yeah, well, halfling. Well, the halfling.
We can't see it.
There it is. Yeah, we got it. That's good.
I can't.
It's a halfling.
Drawn and halfinged.
That's my best version of it. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I hope you had a good time with that. Thank you, Rob, for writing this, because what's going to happen next time is that what is the mystery of the glass ball that's man-sized fist with fluid that glows faint blue with a jellyfish, blue light, and undulates and moves like it's alive? What could that possibly be? We'll find out. What's this book of...
What our players don't know is that the GMs have challenged each other to put something at the end of each adventure that they don't know about, that they then must build the next adventure around.
Nice.
And I propose that item is put in the next flipping and turning.
Well, it may be. That's assuming Of course, I could do like the last Star Wars and just throw it out at the beginning of the first adventure. They just say, this is useless. And so.
Yes, it's like Newt in Alien 3. It's
right.
The whole point. The whole reason for having aliens is to
save
rescue
her.
Newt. And then in 3, it's like, oh, by the way, she's dead. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter about that.
That's no anger at all.
No anger at all.
So hopefully each of you will be able to join us. If not, like I said, that's fine. This is a plug in, plug out. The characters will continue, but we'll probably change the time to allow some other folks to attend and others to drop in and out. But again, thanks to patrons like you, we're successful in doing this. We had a great time, and so probably in a couple months from now, I will be running The Mystery of the Glass Ball That's Man-Sized Fist with Fluids Glows and the Faint Jellyfish Book of Cryptic Writings Adventure.
That just rolls off the tongue.
Right. Buy it now. I have some ideas. So, Dan, you're on mute.
Yeah, this bothers me because now you're going to try to up Rob, and I'm going to be stuck with whatever junk you stick at the end of your adventure.
Well, the only problem, the good news is there was an magic item that he had written in here that he didn't use. I may just make that the thing that you have to deal with, the Call of the Wyld. I may have to make that.
Hey, they did not.
No, I agree.
They didn't get they did not leave the satyrs in good accord, so
That's
they did not get the gift of the Call of the
Wyld. They
Wyld.
didn't get the Call of the Wyld. So, but
that's the thing I should put in flipping and turning.
That's right. Yes, that would be great.
Right.
I'll get Aggie to draw a picture of it.
Okay, that would be painful. So again, Brian, Robert, Martin, Randall, thanks so much for coming. Hope you all had a good time.
Yeah, it was
Very
fun.
much. Yes, thank you.
So for our friends out there on the internet, please, we'll be on next Saturday at our normal time for our St. Patrick's Day extravaganza, which I've already started drinking already. Dan's promised to start drinking at 8 a.m, so that's dangerous. And like I said, we will see everyone hopefully next week. So for Grog Talk, I'm James.
I'm Dan.
And we'll see you next time on Grog Talk. Take care. Bye.